Good morning, everyone. I'm Bondar JR, also known as the Silver Wolf, also simply known as Ron. And today we're going to play some StarSector. So this one's a little different. Another space game, kind of a fleet building game. And we're going to see how this one goes. I've played this a little bit in the past, but it's actually been a little overwhelming. And so trying to get it to where I can learn it a little better. So looks like you got to shave. I did shave, yes. So for our anniversary, I actually shaved. That was my anniversary gift to her, was a shave. So she finally, I think, Saturday morning mentioned something about it, and so, or Friday morning, I think it was Friday morning, and so yeah. So Friday night I shaved while she was away. Surprised her when she came home on Saturday. So yeah, and then we had our anniversary trip this weekend, so that worked out really well. So yeah, it was really good. We had 25 people from the family there, so staying at one house, resort house, just overnight Saturday night into Sunday. So check-in was 7 p.m., check-out was 4 p.m. And so we actually left early. I think we left at 1 p.m. But yeah, it was it had a big pool, and they fed the pool, so they cleaned the pool every time somebody checked out. They drained it and refilled it, and they filled it with water from the hot springs. So it was actually a hot pool. It was like a bath, and so which was different for me. Sorry, my nose is itching for some reason. I don't know why, but. But yeah, it was kind of different. But yeah, we had a really good time. The family had a really good time. So yeah, so that was kind of nice. But yeah, we originally were going to do Star Wars: The Old Republic today, but Blossom's actually not available. So we're going to switch that, I think, over till Thursday night, Friday morning, and so we'll do this one tonight, and then for the middle of the week. Monday night, Tuesday night, Wednesday night, or Tuesday morning, Wednesday morning, Thursday morning, we'll do Eve. So since that's my kind of core gameplay, so yeah, so. But Dark Slider, thanks for being here. Appreciate it. I was trying to check Twitch to see if I was actually seen yet, but I didn't get that far. So yeah, so there's only 6 people streaming StarSector. So yeah, if anybody's looking for StarSector, they should find us. So that should work. We do have a bunch of people streaming Eve, so that's good. So, but anyway, so yeah, so let's get over here to StarSector. Okay, it will be cool to see a different game. Yep. And then I think we also talked about Fallout New Vegas, I think is one we'll probably give a try. So yeah, we're going to mix it up a little bit. So, but yeah, so here's StarSector. This is probably one of the few non-Steam games that I play. So yeah, so this is one kind of check out. And actually, I'll put it in the thing. I'll also put it here in the chat. Where you get the game is actually from their website. It is not a Steam game. So let me get that stuff, and I'll make sure to put that in here. But they actually have their own Discord channel, which is kind of nice. It's actually an unofficial StarSector channel, but yeah, but yeah, it is from Fractal Softworks is who makes it. And so, what's up, Dragonhort? Good to see you, buddy. And so yeah, that's who makes it. I'll make sure it's in the description once the stream is done, so that if you guys want to download it, it's a pretty cool game. It's very, very immersive. So yeah, so this one kind of takes a long time to figure out, which is one of the reasons I think I've started and stopped so many times. But I've actually watched quite a few videos here in the past couple weeks on it, in order to try and get up to speed. So, but yeah, so we're actually going to start. We're going to start a new game, but I want to make sure I don't lose my old game. Yeah, so I don't have any mods. I'm not doing any mods, but I was trying to figure out, so is that going to save? It looks like it's not an auto save, so I think it should. So actually, hold on, it said right there. Let's do load. Yeah, so these are auto saves, so they're not. Okay, cool. So we should be good. All right, so we're going to do a new game. And we're going to find us a half decent portrait here. Actually, sorry, my nose is itching, now my ear's itching. I don't know what's going on. So I think this is the one I chose for the other one, so I want to choose a different one for this one, so that I don't get them confused. Yeah, they've got a lot of portraits, kind of like his cool glasses. I think we'll go with it. And let's find us a good one. Rago. I like that one. Rago. Alright, yeah, I usually leave it the same, the defaults, and I leave the help stuff on because I can always use it. And then I just use whatever the random one comes up with. But Dragonheart, good to see you. And yeah, StarSector. It's one I've tried several times. I'm actually going to do the Bounty Hunter. And I usually do the Shepherd. I think we're gonna do the. I'm gonna set it to easy, and I'm gonna start with the tutorial, so that way we'll get going. So, but yeah. And it looks like everything is displayed. I played around with it yesterday to get the panel set up so that I wasn't covering up anything. So the story is that there used to be some jump gates, kind of like Eve, and the jump gates stopped working and kind of cut off this sector of space, and so then different factions kind of came to being and all that. And so you're kind of waking up, I think 200 years after that happened, and so dealing with kind of the events of that time period. So yeah, so we're gonna do scavenge. This is a scavenge one. So yeah, so here you can make money in a whole bunch of different ways. When you do the tutorial, it actually starts you up kind of slow, and it only gives you certain things. So we're going to find this. So you move around by clicking. Left click moves you around. We're going to see if we can find this debris field, and there's the debris field. So we're actually going to kind of fly in the middle of it. And then we're going to do sound. I probably need to turn the sound effects down some, but we're going to go ahead and assess it. We have more than enough heavy machinery, but it looks like we don't have enough crew. So that lowers our effectiveness, but being that it's the tutorial, I'm sure they'll probably give us whatever it is anyway. So this is one way you can kind of get resources. So we're going to say take all, confirm and continue. And now if we look, tab takes you to the sector map. And so it shows us there's a debris field there. This one's a debris field here. should show us where I am. Oh, I'm down here. Yes, so here we are. That's what the white box is for. And it shows that we've already explored that one. So there are a couple more debris fields we can kind of do some stuff with. So yeah, so it says do F5 for quick save. Piece of cake. Pirate fleet is approaching. We're just gonna let them approach. And so yeah, don't worry, it's a shoddy rust bucket. And if you do lose, you can press F9 for a quick load. So combat can be expensive, no bounty on enemies you fight, especially combat. Deploying ships in battle reduces combat readiness, and recover CR consumes supplies. So combat readiness is CR. So all your ships have a combat readiness, which says whether they can fight or not. That builds up over time from them being maintained. So yeah, if they have low combat readiness, they can't fight, or they will start having malfunctions. And supplies are a key component. Fuel, supplies, and of course cash. And so battle damage can cost even more supplies to repair. So fighting's necessary to survive. So we're gonna wait for them to come to us. So there's the sensor. So this is an unidentified sensor one, and so eventually it will turn into a hostile one. And so we can actually open a comm link. It says Aaron come to collect the bill. Asked if it said you want to collect the bill. So we're gonna say move in and engage. And then transfer command means that I'm gonna switch. So I'm a character and I'm currently running my flagship, this one here with my star on it. So transfer command means you want to switch. I always did transfer command and I can never figure out why it was asking me to switch. But yeah, in this case, I'm going to stay on this one. This one is our Shepherd. I'm going to say continue. Select which ships is deployed, each one. Yeah, recovery combat readiness takes time. So yeah, deploying a ship reduces combat readiness by a fixed amount. They'll gradually lose combat readiness after their peak readiness time runs out. So yeah, so recovering combat takes time and consumes supplies. So yeah, so but we're going to deploy all and then say deploy. And so this is the combat screen. This brings us up right now. We see this is the tactical combat screen here where we kind of see what we can see. It's kind of the fog of war type of thing. You can kind of move around here, see whatever. This is all we can see at the moment. So our enemy's coming in from the top. And so these are our two ships. This is our Shepherd. And this is our main one. So I'm actually going to tell the Shepherd to stick with him. So he's going to escort him. All right. And so we'll do that. Space bar kind of does it. So if you hit tab, that takes you back. That also unpauses. So when you're in tactical, it pauses. When you're not in tactical, it doesn't. We're gonna go up here. So this is, I'm flying this ship here. Oh. And the right mouse does your thing. So one of the key things to remember with your thing. Oh, I shut off my shields, which I didn't want to do. So there's something called flux. So you got to watch your flux. So I'm going to back up and I'm going to do a V for vent flux. If your flux gets all the way maxed out, it shuts off your shields and disables you. Oh, there he is. I have the hardest time aiming. Yeah, this guy's not very difficult, so he's almost dead. We disabled all his guns, so he's really no threat now. There we go. So, voila. So he's dead. Did the henchman send you, blah, 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 opposing force engagement. So yeah, it shows you what the last conversation stuff was. So relationship was reduced by the pirates. So you have a relationship with every faction in the game. And so that's reduced. We managed to get 372 credits. Awesome. We're going to pick through the wreckage. Here's all the wreckage. We'll say take all. So what it's going to tell us is, hey, you got too much. So I'm going to say dismiss. So here you can see, here's what we can carry. Here's our crew. Here's our fuel. So we're okay for fuel. Didn't take that. But we are over for this. So what we're going to do, if you hold control and click on it, it will just remove what gets you down to what you need. If you're over, it ends up burning extra supplies because you're over cargo, which is a bad thing. I'm going to say confirm, and what it'll do is it'll actually leave that out there. So your fleet supply consumption has just gone up. Recovering combat readiness, use deploy ships in battle. Cost supplies. To reduce supply use, repairs, and CR recovery on ships can suspend them from the fleet screen. Yeah, so I've never done any of the suspension stuff, but that's one of those where, yeah, I guess you can suspend it, but that really makes it go down much faster. So I'm going to hit F5 to save. And so I've gained a level. All right. So skill points are key. Maximum level you can get to is 15. So they have something also called story points, which are usually things you can use in a special event type stuff. So I'm going to say finish, and I'm going to say C to open the character screen. So this is my dude with the glasses. And actually, it says I have 2 skill points. So your combat skills here affect you and your ship. Your leadership skills affect the whole fleet, since you are the leader of the fleet. And then, of course, technology kind of does the same. Always wanted to do the sensor one. And then industry, same type of thing. It also makes it a little easier. So 50% resources such as blueprints recovered from abandoned stations and other derelicts, post-battle salvage, crew lost, negative 75% crew lost in non-combat operations. So that's not too bad. But normally you want to take something that gives us something for the fleet. Coordinated maneuvers gives 6% to nav rating of the fleet. Not using any fighters yet. 15% maximum combat readiness for combat ships. At 240 or less combat ship deployment point, your fleet total is 5. I don't know what that does. 15% maximum combat readiness for combat ships. What that means. Yeah, so this says affects all combat ships, including carriers and military civilian ships. It says affects all frigates and destroyers with officers, including a flagship, which ours is I think a destroyer, a wolf destroyer. That may be a frigate. 20% damage to ships larger than frigates. If frigate, plus 10% damage to capital ships and cruisers. If a destroyer, 50% seconds peak operating time in a frigate, 20% destroyer. So yeah, so this gives peaks. So if your battle goes on too long, your combat readiness starts to drop. And so this one's one that's kind of nice because it'll allow you to go longer. And so, but I think the coordinated maneuvers is kind of the one I want. 6% to nav rating of fleet for deployed frigates. 50% to command point recovery rate from deployed frigates. Yeah. All combat ships. 5% weapon damage for combat ships. Maximum of 240. Advanced turret gyros. Increases turret turn rate. That's good. 50% effectiveness of ground operations, minus 20% marine casualties. So that's kind of nice. I want one that's kind of helmsmanship is one, but that only helps me. Carrier group, we're not using carriers. Crew training. I wonder if that lowers it. I wonder if you need a minimum of 20% combat readiness to deploy ships, and this lowers it to 15. So Yes, I selected easy because I did want to show you guys. But yes, there is it does easy or normal, and so I selected easy. Makes the battles a little easier. The battles tend to ramp up pretty quickly, especially as you add ships, and so and that's one thing that I'll be doing here pretty quickly. Apologize. Now my back's itching. So, but yes, so yeah, you can select, like I said, when I did the tutorial, so that kind of walks you through and actually gives you a bunch of stuff in the beginning. Once you do it once, it's probably not necessary to do again. But if you don't do the tutorial, it just starts you off vanilla. And so, but yeah, I selected easy. So yeah, just trying to figure out the skills. Helmsmanship is always a good one, but that only works for my ship. But that increases, So this allows me to lower my second to top speed, maneuverability, top speed, and then the zero flux speed boost is activated at any flux level. So yeah, so you don't want, when it gets overloaded is when the flux gets full, and that overloads everything, including the shields. And so that's always bad, because then you have no shields, you can't move, you're just a sitting duck, and that always never works out well. These ones here that are disabled, I need at least 3 of the lower tier skills before I can get these, and 4 to get these. So, but yeah, so I'm thinking coordinated maneuvers gives me several hull mods that I don't normally use. But nav rating for the fleet, which is going to give extra navigation, and command point recovery, which is kind of nice. We'll show you command points when we do our first one. So, but yeah, so I'm going to select this one, and then I think I'm going to take helmsmanship for my second one. So let's say confirm. You can reset those, so you can say reassign at any time and reassign them. But if you hit C or character, that actually just brings it back. Yeah, so I think tab takes us back. There we go. So here we are, we're sitting shortly after dispatching the pirates. You received a Type B communication from the system's main inhabited world, Accra. Message is brief and asks you to travel there and talk to Commander Moore as soon as possible. We say, okay. Let's lay in a course for Accra. So if we do E is information. Actually, it won't be until I get out of here, but after dismissing this dialog, press E. Select the message, click on show on map, and I'll show you guys that, and then lay in a course. So yeah, and I'll show you there's a couple different ways to do that. So I'm gonna say continue. You can also press tab. Yep, that works. That's what I usually do. Once you get to Accra, open the comm directly to contact Station Commander Moore. So yeah, so here we are. Spacebar pauses. So that's kind of nice. So you don't lose a whole bunch of stuff. But yeah, so E, if you look down here, E is intel. So this shows us all the missions that are available. So right now we're in the tutorial, so there's really only one. And we've got one important mission, which are the easiest ones to find. We've got one new mission, which is the one we just got, one story mission. And the major event says 4. I think there's 4 coming up, but yeah, it's not showing them yet because we're still in the tutorial. And so, but yeah, so this is the one. You click on it, it actually shows type beam communication. Said the same thing we had. It says contact them as soon as possible. If you click on this show on map, or you hit S, that'll actually show you on the map where it is. So, and you can zoom in with the mouse wheel, zoom out with the mouse wheel. And so you can click on it and say lay in a course, which is one way. Or the other way that I like to do, show on map, is if you just right click on it. So if I right click here, it'll just lay in a course as well. So, and you can see this one, it has an exclamation point to show that it's, the one we're doing for our mission. So tab brings us back out to the main screen, and space will let us unpause. So there's some more I think that's all part of the same field. So Accra's pretty far away. It'll take a while to get there at this rate. Yeah, so we're flying slow. So what they did is they gave us a sustained burn, which is the ability for long distance travel. It actually gradually gets your engine up to peak and then keeps it at peak and sustains it at that point. So it saves a lot of time. Unfortunately, if you come to a point where you got to turn, you're traveling too fast to turn. So there's a little bit of that. Activating it will briefly stop the fleet to reduce its acceleration to a minimum, but the maximum burn level will be much higher. Sustained burn can be interrupted by other fleet activating interdiction pulse. And so that's what the interdiction pulse is how you would stop somebody from doing a sustained burn. So hit continue, activate sustained burn to get an Accra quickly. You can also press shift to speed up time. So yeah, so here's our sustained burn, and this is the interdiction. Oh no, that's scavenge. This is the interdiction pulse. So if we wanted to stop somebody, so you can see our speed has gone way up from where it was before. I think we're only doing 9 before, so we're coming to an asteroid belt. If you go through full speed, there's a chance your fleet may be knocked off course, and some of your ships might even suffer damage. So you can hold S, which will slow you down, which is also what you do to fly backwards. Well, moving fleet avoids danger. So the danger is low, however, especially since the belt is thin. But yeah, I always seem to hit an asteroid, so I try to always hit S, and that just slows me down. So you're going through. The other thing they said is you can hold shift and it'll speed up time. So you're going faster, but it's just really speeding up time. So the fleet's getting closer to an Accra, which is controlled by the Hegemony, which is a major military faction. And the Hegemony space, a fleet is required by law to identify itself by keeping its transponder turned on. So your transponder is your identification. So it says who you are, who you're allied to, kind of that stuff. And so it's one where if you're doing things you don't, kind of black market operations or things of that nature, you want it to be turned off, so people don't know who you are. And then in this case, the Hegemony requires that you have it turned on because they want to know if you have it turned off, they assume you're up to no good. So, which you probably are. So yeah, so it just gave us the transponder. But yeah, it makes you very visible. So it increases your sensor range, and so or your sensor output. Excuse me, your sensor. It'll show here in a second. Can't think of the term. But turning on transmitter makes your fleet highly visible. Everyone seeing you will know who you are. Unlike the pirate fleet you fought earlier, which had a very close positive identifier. Yeah. So, is the combat view always top down, or can you change camera? No, it's always top down. So everything in this is always top down. So yeah. Yeah, it's definitely a top-down game. So keeping your transponder on is a crippling disadvantage in hostile space, but as we're getting closer to port, we'd like to dock there in the name. Yeah, so some places you won't be able to dock without your transponder on. So activate your transponder before getting close to an address so that they won't get upset with us. Transponder is one of those where when you have it on, you don't want to accidentally turn it off, and when you have it off, you don't want to accidentally turn it on. So you have to actually hit it twice to make it do something. So here's your transponder. So if you hit it once, it says, hey, it's pinned. Go ahead and hit it again. So we're going to go ahead and turn it on. But actually, I was going to show that. So this is our sensor profile. There it is, sensor profile. So it's 1780 with the transponder on. If we turned it off, no, it didn't go down at all. Yeah, it went down to 780. So yeah, so more than half. And so I'm going to go ahead and turn it back on again. Yeah, the Hegemony will get very upset with you if you don't have it on. And so yeah, so we made it to the place. All right, and we're going to say open a comm directory. So you can repair your ships, which we don't have any damage. You can trade, which we'll do in a second. You can go down to the dock sidebar. You can consider military options, which we're a small fleet now, so we don't want to do that. But I'm going to open the comm directory, and here's the guy we're talking to. It's got the exclamation point to show it's tied to our mission. So So yeah, open a comm directory, establish connection request accepted surprisingly quickly. You've come excellent. You're well aware recently. I suppose we could skip to that part. And it says, yeah, give me a refresher because I don't know what's going on. And so, team from the Galactica has been running experiments on the dormant gate in this system, trying to connect it back to the mains gate network. So the whole story is that the gate network has gone down like 200 years ago. So highly unlikely they're going to get them back working. But this academy, which is kind of neutral to everyone, is running some experiments on the gate network to see if they can get it fixed. All right. Promising experiments, or so they thought, until the energy pulse we expected would get a response from the gate, destabilized the jump points leading into the system, cutting us off from the rest of the sector. It's rather like how the sector's cut off from the domain. Writ small. The stars have a sense of irony, do they not? And so what's happened is now that the gate system is down, they have jump points that allow you to get into what they call hyperspace, and that allows you to travel around this sector. Okay, travel to other systems. And so now when they were trying to reactivate the gate, they ended up destabilizing the jump point. So now this system is cut off from the rest of the sector. So they're asking us to help them out. So then the miners, which is also located in the system and was operating near the subspace level, were hit the hardest. They turned to piracy, intercepting one of the last food shipments to come in out of desperation. But there were deaths, and they put themselves well outside the law. Their leaders know that if the jump points are stabilized and the system is once again part of the sector, they can look forward to life sentences at a penal colony at the best. Yeah, so they've turned to a life of crime because they were desperate, and now they know if this gets fixed, we're in big trouble. We're going to jail. So where do I fit in? When the miners turn pirate are guarding the jump points, preventing us from gathering recent readings and coming up with a way to stabilize them. We do have a security detachment that could handle their forces, but they're tied up defending Akbar. So what they do is they keep a force. Anytime you have a colony, you keep a force around it in order to defend it so that nobody can attack it. And so if you take them away to do something else, then it would leave it vulnerable. So since they're cut off from the rest of the system, or the rest of the sector, probably not a huge deal, but that's what they're thinking. So I don't know why my back is itching. So yeah, this is a selfie stick. So yeah, which works great until my back scratcher arrives. So back scratcher. So anyway, the pirates are too much for you to take on, but fortunately you don't have to. We've got an agent on some other station in this system who was able to gain access to recent sensor readings from the ships guarding the jump points, but they have not been able to get to a long-range comm array to send the data to us. So it sounds like they need us to go pick it up. So that's where you come in. Head there and retrieve the data from our agent and then return here. So, okay, why me? Why me? Lumikins, what's up, buddy? Best Twitch back scratcher. There you go. There you go. It definitely works. Definitely works. I don't know why, but for some reason I get an itch right on my shoulder blade that is just so far I can't reach it. It is very frustrating. So normally I scratch it on the wall, but yeah, Lumikins, thanks for being here. Appreciate it. It's good to see you. All right, so it says, why me? It says, why not? I'm not exactly spoiled for choice, and you've shown us some ability to handle your difficulties. We haven't done anything yet, so not going to be a milk run, that's for sure. Okay, so what's the plan? So yeah, by us asking that, our relationship improved with them by 1, and our relationship, so you have a relationship with the faction and a relationship with the people. So our relationship with him improved by 2, so. First off, make sure your transponder, turn off your transponder once you undock. I'm instructed a security detachment not to give you any trouble about that. If you're lucky, the pirates may even think you're one of them and let you approach without any trouble. Still, it makes sense to go dark as you get closer to make sure they can't get too good a reading at your fleet. You can also approach along the asteroid belt. That'll give you almost perfect cover as long as you're moving slowly. All right. So we definitely don't want to, if we do our sustained burn, that also gives us quite a bit of a sensor profile as well. So Sorry about that. All right. And if they, so they gave us a new ability, Go Dark, which we'll talk about in a second. And if they do notice me, then you're in trouble. Activate your emergency burn, which is another one they just gave us, which is where we burn extra fuel to get away quicker. Kind of like a afterburner type thing, or micro warp drive. I'm using it in Eve terms since I mostly stream Eve, but emergency burn to get out of there, lose them, then come back and try again. Don't E-burn unless you really need to, though. It's hard on the ships, so it causes combat readiness losses. Costs more supplies, which supplies are kind of a big deal in this game. And it eats up a good chunk of fuel. So fuel's definitely a big thing in this game. So it said very well. And so they updated our mission to stabilize the jump points. Cut the comm link. All right. So we're just going to do this one. We're not going to bother with anything else right now. Actually, let's go to here. Cargo trade screen, you can left click stack. It tells you here left click to pick up a whole stack, shift click to pick up items from a stack one at a time, or shift click and hold, and then you can drag it to get a specific quantity, and I'll show you all that. Control click will transfer the whole thing. So I'm gonna say, so yeah, so if I want to click pick up a stack, that's just left click, which I don't have the money to buy all that fuel, plus I don't have the space for it. So fuel is not used in the systems. Yeah, it is kind of a choose your own adventure book. It is exactly that. And so fuel is not used inside the systems, which I don't quite understand. It's only used when you go to hyperspace. So fuel's not you'll never burn any while you're in here, okay? But once you go into hyperspace, that's when you start burning fuel. So we're already, we're not at the max fuel. So yeah, we could buy some extra fuel just to be at max, but that doesn't matter. These metals we can sell. Now there are two markets here. There's an open market, which charges a commission. So if I sell to them, they're gonna charge me a commission of 30%, which is pretty outrageous, okay? Or if I go to the black market doesn't charge any commission, okay? Yeah, you get different prices, I think. So it's 31 per unit here. So it sells for 13, it buys for 31, okay? On the open market, it sells for 13, buys for 31. So yeah, so same price between the two, but they do usually have different things offered. So you see here, we've got all this. Black market, they've got quite a bit more. There's a bunch of guns on the black market. There's organs, drugs, which for some reason, all the video people, they call the drugs lemonade, and they call the organs baloney. I don't know why, but there's got to be something around that. So yeah, so the lemonade and the baloney, I guess, are common things that you can kind of sell, but the baloney, so there's deficit. So here's another one. If you hit F1, which it says down here, F2 opens the codex. I don't know, F1 won't work, yeah. So yeah, we're still in the tutorial, so it won't work. But if we do F2, which it says, it kind of shows you information about the thing. So banned on some worlds, the chemical arts include a dizzying array of products sought by those seeking a bit of fun, expanded consciousness, or simply to escape their miserable lives. So I don't know where lemonade comes from that, but they all call it lemonade. And then like the organs, so yeah, you got this big codex that every time you discover something new, it adds to it, which is kind of nice. But organ replacement, well-established practice, by the materials are delicate, and growing them is a fickle process. There's always a market in healthy organs, and always a source if one doesn't ask too many questions. Yeah, somebody can die, and we'll get their organs. So yeah. So in our case, the problem with the black market is, of course, you don't have any taxes. But the more you buy from the black market, the more suspicious you are, because you're doing business with the illegal underbelly of the station, and so it adds to your suspicion level with the faction. Okay, so this is a faction hegemony right now. When I was docked with my transponder on, so they know who I am. And so dealing with the black market is, you know, it kind of gives you a negative. As it is, though, it ain't that much of a negative. So I'm going to go there, and it shows my suspicion level is still none. Well, because I haven't sold them yet. But yeah, so there, if I do it that way, I get that. Okay. If I go back to the open market and I do it, instead of 471, I only get 330. So yeah, I'm losing like a third. Well, 30%. So yeah, so yeah, it ain't worth it to me. I'll take the hit. And so now if I look, it still says my suspicion level is none because it hasn't been that much, but a lot of times they'll still mess with me. So, but yeah, a lot of reading. And so yeah, a lot of it you get to the point where you skip over a lot of it after a bit. So, but this is the trade screen, open market, black market. You can also, we can't do it yet, but you can do ships eventually. Since we're still in the tutorial, it won't let us trade ships. But we could go down the shuttle and get it, and we'll do that a little bit later. So I'm going to say leave. All right. And so here we are here. This is a security detachment. So I'm going to go ahead and turn my transponder off because supposedly he said he told them to that it was okay. And then we're going to see, here's our explanation point. So we're going to go to the mining station. Now we do have, so with the transponder off, we're at 780. If we go dark, that actually turns off our sustained burn. That brings us down to 195 sensor profile. So almost invisible. So now I'm going to get a little closer before we go dark. If you hold shift, it speeds up time. So there's a sensor profile. Whoop. Yep. And so we just backfired. We didn't do what we were trying to do. So all right. So they can still see us, as we can see their sensor array. Okay. Now I'm going to go dark, and we're going to come in this way. That's why I usually don't speed up time, because if I speed up time, then I can't be sure what's going on. Now the solar system, of course, revolves. So here's another field that we want to probably explore. But since the solar system is orbiting, we got to now catch up. So they don't see us. There's another one. All right. I'm going to open a comm directory. There's our guy. He's the agent we have on board. So contact the agent, special exchange passphrases, verify identities. Agent transmits the data file. We're in business. We go ahead and cut it. We're going to leave. And we're going to head back this way so that we can go around these fleets. And then we're going to head back to Anacra. And actually, I'm not going to do that one. So now we're going to put it back on sustained burn. Oh. Actually, let's actually target where we want to go. So that way it'll fly us itself. Makes it a little easier. So you can do it manually, but you're kind of always chasing your tail at that point. Like I said, it doesn't burn any fuel when you're in system. The fuel is only for hyper travel. So, and so yeah, somebody just did us. All right, so we're gonna open the comm directory. Here's our guy. Oh, relationship with hegemony approved by 2, so we're up to 3. Relationship with him improved by 4, so excellent. And so you have the data. Well done. There's a brief way to transmit now. While the system is running preliminary analysis of the data, I believe you are due a reward. And I don't know why it. Oh, then there's a chime in the background, and he looks concerned. I was like, I don't know what is the problem. So. Yes, the system estimated to take a cycle to analyze the data and come up with a stabilization. Naturally, by then the data would be out of date. So we have an AI core on hand. So if we had an AI core on hand, which is an artificial intelligence core, which is a whole controversial thing in the universe, in the sector. Kind of funny, because these guys are really against AI cores, but he's saying, hey, if we had one, so if we had an AI core, we can analyze the data more quickly. Fortunately, there's a survey probe somewhere in this system left over from initial exploration of the sector. Should have at least one AI core serving as a brain. So where is it, and why hasn't it been salvaged before? Answer your second question. Domain artifacts are usually protected by automated defenses and still function to this day. Probe's no exception. Hegemony generally forbids civilian interference with domain artifacts for the sake of public safety, of course. Desperate times, however. As to where it is, my data indicates it's somewhere beyond the orbit of Pontus. Get there and then head out beyond. So Pontus is another planet in the system. Meanwhile, here we want AI everything. Exactly. Which is probably why in the future they're on the, hey, AI is not good. Right. Somewhere beyond the orbit of Pontus. Get there, head there beyond the asteroid belt and do an active sensor boost. So it's given us another ability, active sensor boost. You should at the very least get a sensor contact with the probe, head towards it, perform the salvage, bring back the core. All right. So Pontus is a gas giant in the outer system. See its name on the map, blah, 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 blah. Okay, I'll see what I can do. Voila. So now we're going to leave. All right, I'm going to pause. And we still have our transponder off, which we probably don't need to, but I'm going to leave it off just because he told them we should be able to have it off. But if we hit tab, here's Pontus. I thought, yeah, there's Pontus. So we're going to, and that's where the Gattaca Academy station is, which is kind of an independent university type thing. So we're going to go ahead and head to Pontus. So that way we can kind of check it out. One thing I learned recently from watching some of the streams is if you fly by the star, it actually causes you to burn more. So here you can see we're burning 0.3 supplies per day, 0.27 to be exact, rounded it up. We got 50, so that's going to last us quite a while. Fuel we're not using yet, crew, so there's Pontus. So yeah, so there's nothing here. But it says it's actually near here. So what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and we're going to fly over here. I actually know where it is because I've done it before. And it was a really pain to find the first time. So it says it's outside the orbit of Pontus. Well, it's not only outside the orbit of Pontus, it's outside the asteroid belt. So what you got to do is you do this active sensor boost, active sensor burst. And then you need to look at your little thing down here. So as you can see, there's a little thing down here that's kind of showing up, which where our white box is, that's where we are. So we want to try and fly down that way. And then we'll pick up that sensor. So we really didn't even need to do the active sensor burst. It looks like it picked it up. So there it is. So we can go ahead and approach it. Says go ahead. It is the main air probe. Great. Yeah, it's not outside the orbit of Pontus. It's outside of. So, oh yeah, kind of misleading. But yeah, we're gonna go ahead and explore it. We're gonna engage the automated defenses because the automated defenses have come up, and we're gonna have to fight. I'm going to go ahead and deploy these guys. I know this one's not a real big deal. And I'm going to tell, so you use a command point. I'm going to have him escort this one. So it keeps them close together. So that way we're not getting them off in the tangent since we're probably fighting more than one enemy. I think there's a couple. I forgot to check. But this way it'll keep them together. So that way we can kind of. So here's their signatures up here, you can see. So one of the other things I didn't talk about was actually setting the setting the stuff auto. Alright, so he's dead. So now the other one's down here. So he's dead now too. So yeah, pretty easy to take out. So space combat in this game looks so satisfying. It takes a little bit of getting used to. So I think there's a couple settings you can change that'll allow it to move with your mouse, which unfortunately I'm always moving my mouse all over the place, which then causes my ship to kind of fly off erratically. And so I haven't used those, but it does take a little bit of getting used to with the turning and that kind of stuff. So we're going to pick through the wreckage, which gives us all this stuff, which I'm going to say take all, which is probably, nope, it didn't. I was going to say, I thought it was going to put us over, but it didn't. And say, okay. Actually, so blah, 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 blah. Pick through the red gains your spirits. As your fleet finishes the map down, this says weak hyperwave ping is detected coming from the probe. It's unclear if it's a random noise. Your fleet finishes approach to man further incident. Okay. So now we're going to salvage the probe. And here's where we get our gamma core. So there's a gamma core is the lowest, beta core is next, and then alpha core is like, top of the line AI. And so yeah, so we're gonna go ahead and take all. It's not putting those in there. So that puts us way over. Oh, because our fuel. So our fuel's already maxed out. I was thinking our fuel was maxed out. So what we'll do is if you hold control and click like on the metals, it'll move just what will get you back down. Because if you're over, so for instance, you look here. So here we're going to burn 8.5 supplies per day because we're over. If we go back down, we're back down to 4 per day. So, which is much, much better. So, much, much better. And I'm not sure why it's up to 4. Oh, because of our combat readiness. It's trying to replenish the combat readiness. So yeah, so confirm. So now we've got that. And it looks like there's a salvage here. Let's see if we can salvage. Interdiction, scavenge. Well, as it is, yeah, we don't have any room for any of this stuff. So yeah, that was kind of stupid. So. Yeah, so actually, the supplies are definitely more valuable than the other stuff. Machine gun, assault gun, thumper. I really want these guys, but yeah, it'll be fine. So actually what will happen is it'll actually leave them here in a cargo pod and we can come back and get them later. I think it stays around for X number of days. We'll say okay, and so yeah, there's a cargo pod here. So yeah, so if we come back here, we'll be able to get those. There's cargo pods there, cargo pods there. So yeah, we got a bunch of stuff here. So all right, a pause, and we want to go back to Anacra. I want you guys to see how they scan us. So yeah, so now we're back down to 0.3 per day. So that's not too bad. I'm going to wait here because we're going to come to the asteroid belt, and I'm going to slow down so that I don't hit any asteroids. I always hit asteroids. When it damages your ship, then that uses more supplies to get your ship back fixed again. So supplies are everything. Supplies are used for everything. Yeah, so asteroid impact on a drive bubble, even though I wasn't in the asteroid belt. Okay? Sometimes it just doesn't matter. Oh, I don't have my sustained burn on. Yeah, so without the sustained burn, you see, we only go 9. With the sustained burn, I think we get up to 18. So it pretty much doubles our speed, which is kind of a huge difference. So especially if you really want to get anywhere, because you don't use fuel in system, but you do use supplies. So you use supplies per day. So every moment you're traveling, you know, causes it to do some other stuff. So I'm going to open the comm directory. We're going to talk to our buddy again. We've improved our relationship again by 3, and our relationship with him by 6. So we give him the gamma core. Solid work. I've got my technicians working on it. KKK. I'll send you the stabilization diagram when the core works it up. Once you have it, you should be a simple matter of running it using your fleet's drive field as a means of interdicting with the jump point. However, there's still the matter of the miners guarding both the jump points. Okay. And you said their forces are significant. Yeah, well, it's all relative. Our security detachment can handle them easily, but as I've mentioned, it's tied down defending us. So your fleet, on the other hand, you might be able to handle them with some stellar piloting and a bit of luck, but it's best not to take such chances, especially not when there's an alternative. All right. So he actually gave us... There's a ship grave route around Tetra. Ships are... Oof, I'm going to sneeze. Hold on. Ooh, sorry about that. I managed to get it muted. Are you guys still there? Yep. Okay, cool. Sorry about that. Didn't want to sneeze in your ear. If I could help it. So, the ship graveyard around Tetra. Ships that were deemed not worth the effort to restore are put there. Now, though, they will serve our needs. Go there and recover all the ships you can and break the ones you can't for supplies. Make sure to bring enough crew to operate the recovered ships. Perhaps an extra 100 or so will do. You'll need to transport them somehow to... Here, take this mud skipper transport. Consider it part of your reward. Oh, ads are on, so free transport. Yep. Yeah, they want us to carry some more people. So thank you. I'll return with the ships. Okay, so we're gonna leave. So now we actually have another ship. So if we look here at our fleet, I'm gonna pause. So if you hit F for fleet, this shows us our fleet. So here's our mud skipper, and so this one literally. This one literally just carries crew, I think. Crew complements 5 out of 5, but it has maximum crew is 100. So yeah, it carries crew. Cargo is 70, so it's not bad on cargo either. So maintenance supply is 2 per month. So yeah, so divide that out per day, comes to, you know, big fractions. So not a big deal. Now we're gonna go. I always pick up all the ships because I'm kind of greedy, and unfortunately, that causes you to end up getting charged for supplies. So I'm gonna go down here to trade goods. All right, and we have our transponder off now, so I think they do know who we are, but we should be able to get away with it. So I'm going to go to the black market, and I am going to get all of the people we can. All right, that only costs us $375. All right. Now, fuel-wise, we can get more fuel, but you know what? I'm not going to bother with the fuel because we have a bunch of stuff out there that we can pick up those cargo pods. So I'm going to go get those cargo pods. So. But with this crew, we now should be able to work all the other ships. So here, if you hover over the crew, it tells us the fleet requires 35 and we have 160. So that should give us more than enough to man the other ships. So, but yeah, free transport, always good. So I'm going to leave, and we're going to hit tab to find Tetra. So Tetra is way out here. So this one's explored. That's where our stuff is. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go out there first. Yeah, maybe not. Let's go to Tetra first. So we'll go to Tetra, get the ships, because that'll also give us more cargo capacity. So I always hit space while I'm on that screen, and it never works. So space, once you get back to this screen, will get us going. I've got this on, transponders off. If we run into any Hegemon fleets, they will probably give us some trouble. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Slow down. All right, so there's a derelict ship, so we want to hit it. All right, so let's click on it. So there's a derelict ship. Let's say explore. Consider ship recovery. That's a hammerhead. It's in pretty bad shape. So let's recover it. Hammerheads are good. Say okay. All right, leave. Some of your ships in your fleet are dangerous, low combat readiness. Yep, that's fine. And they will be because there's a tanker. Go ahead and get the tanker. You can always use a tanker. Consider ship recovery. So these orange bars, I actually, oh my God, free ships for the taking. Yeah. So these orange bars, I always thought they were positive. It turns out they're negative, okay? So I was actually getting ships that had more orange bars thinking that was an upgrade. It's not, it's a downgrade. So here they have lasting damage. So it says here, I have to hover over it, but it says the orange, it says lasting damage, increased maintenance, and erratic fuel injector. So yeah. So of course I went the wrong way with it, but you know. So I'm gonna go ahead and recover this one as well. We can always scrap them later if we want and get the supplies from them. But let's get this one. This is a shuttle. I'm gonna recover him. We got enough crew. So like I said, I'm just gonna recover them all. That's a lasher. Yeah, so in this case, we couldn't recover this one. Or we can actually, so this is, when it comes up green like this, that means we can use a story point. So I'm going to say consider. Because a lasher is a frigate. So it's a fighting ship. But my goodness, it looks like it's completely destroyed. Compromised armor, degraded engines. So yeah, it's in pretty bad shape. So consider the recovery effectiveness does not affect the chance of finding rare and valuable items, blah, blah, blah. So we had 110% for that. Sometime later, you hear back from a chief engineer who mumbles about being a miracle worker to someone off screen before noticing you picked up the call. Commander, looks like we might be able to pull this off. Wouldn't pass any inspection, but again, we're not in the hegemonic fleet, so no big deal. So take a look at the chief engineer's report and make a decision. So shows it's got, you know, some pretty significant damage. It's going to use up most of our supplies. And we're still good crew-wise. So I'm thinking in the case of this, we don't want to. Because 48 is going to actually use 20 supplies, which is pretty high. And it'll require a story point. But we'll get experience. So problem is I think I'm going to run out of supplies. So I should have bought supplies as well. So, but in this case, let's go ahead and say no. And we'll say I'll need to consider my options. So let's say begin salvage operation. So when we salvage it, we actually get supplies. So I'm going to go ahead and take these guys. So another thing you can do is if you hit control, is it control or alt? Yeah, if you hold alt and wave the mouse over, it automatically grabs them all, which is kind of nice. So yeah, we've got more than enough storage because we used up all our supplies. So we won't recover that one since it's expensive. Here's another kite, or a kite. One of the other ones you can get when you start is a kite. So let's see. Consider. Take a look, Chief Engineer's report. Yeah, it's got 3 things wrong with it. Faulty power grid, damaged weapon mount, structural damage. It's in really bad shape. And if we try to recover it, it only takes 3 to recover it though. So I'm going to go ahead and recover it. All right, we spent the story point. We gained a whole bunch of experience, so that's good. All right, that's good. This is a Buffalo freighter. All right. Chief Engineer's report. Once again, this one's got damaged weapon mounts, unreliable systems, increased maintenance. Increased maintenance always kind of scares me away. So I'm going to say consider my other options and salvage this one. We can always use the supplies. So, all right. And then here's a wolf. A wolf is what our main ship is, which this is definitely one we want. recover. And this is a Condor carrier. I think we're going to go ahead and get it. Yeah, it's got degraded life support, degraded engines, compromised hull. So not increased maintenance. But yeah, it actually is going to take more supplies than we have. So yes. So I think that'll, and also more crew than we have. So what we'll do is we'll say cancel. Need to consider, I'm going to say leave. We're going to leave it here. We'll come back and get it later. There's a Tarsus freighter. Let's see what it says. Explore. Consider. Chief engineer. Yeah, see, that one's not bad. I'm going to go ahead and get it. Erratic fuel injector, degraded engine. So let's recover it. Plus, it gives us a huge amount of experience. So we'll get up to a new level. So there's all those guys. So now this guy we're going to come back for, I think. But during this time, let's pause. We've kind of traveled around here. So there's another field here that we can explore, and there's a field up here that we already have explored, and we got a bunch of cargo pods there. So let's go ahead and explore this. Yeah, so here it's giving us messages that stuff is being repaired. Oh, you can't see it. It's under my thing. Just figures. But yeah, it gives you messages that stuff's being repaired. We're going to scavenge. Your fleet is inside a debris field, but it contains nothing of value. Well, that's weird. Some of the ships in your fleet are low. Yeah, I know. All right. That's weird. All right. I don't think I need to pause every time I go to the screen, but so where's the other field? Where'd that other field go? Is that it there? No. That one's unexplored. Let's go up here. Because there should be a field up here. I don't know where it went. Yeah, so it says there's nothing in this field. So yeah, it's giving us messages here that's saying our stuff is being repaired. So that's actually improving their readiness, which will, your fleet is running low on supplies. Yeah, of course it is. So I'm going to say we got 34. We're using 7 per day. Yeah, see, that's the problem. We've really increased our throughput. So I don't know why we're moving so slow. It's down to 5.5 per day. Yeah. As they get repaired, it's using less, but 22. Way too low. So we should, I don't know where they went. Yeah. So did they disappear? That sucks. Oh, you know what? Maybe I didn't put them in a stable orbit. Maybe I needed to do something special to put them in a stable orbit. And so maybe they disappeared. It still should have showed a debris field. Alright, so we got there, and there's nothing there, so. I'll be damned. Well, that was a waste. Alright, so let's go back here. See if we can make it before we run out of supplies. We're down to 2.2 per day, so at least it's going down. See that? I was already through the asteroid belt. 1.9 per day. So yeah, so it's dropped considerably as they got fixed. It's going to say we're out of supplies here soon. Actually, we're almost there, so we should be fine. Alright, cool. So yeah, so I think what I should have done was I should have put those cargo containers in a stable orbit, and I think that's what keeps them going. So I need to buy supplies. So supplies are always local deficit. So they're actually hurting for supplies. So we're not to where we can do F1 yet, which sucks. So yeah, I wasted time going to that one. So I suppose we could load and then put those in a stable orbit, because that would be a much better. Let's see where we last saved. All right. Let's say load. See where it is. All right, so it's right after we did the other one. So here's a cargo pod. So all right, you gained a level. You also get story points. It's based on blah blah blah. Okay. Skill points are used to learn skills. Yeah. Okay, we got that. Oh no, this is way back. Yeah, so put the pods at a stable orbit. Okay. All right. So that'll actually keep them around for 405 days. So wow, this put us way back. So is this way back? Oh yeah, this is way back. Oh well. Well, we didn't save before we did, so that was stupid. All right. So what do we choose? We chose coordinated maneuvers. And helmsmanship. All right. Yeah, well, that kind of sucks. Sorry about that. All right. We won't have to read them again, at least. All right. It'll give us the interdiction one here in a second. This may get us some different ships, too. Turn on the sustained burn. Yeah, we need to save more often, that's for sure. I thought it was making us save every 10 minutes, so I thought we were good, so. All right. Slow down going through the asteroid belt. Even though you'll probably hit an asteroid anyway. Yeah, this is way back. Alright, that sucks. Turn our transponder on. Alright, open a directory, talk to this guy. Refresher, alright. Why me? What's the plan? Very well. Okay. Leave. Alright, so we're gonna do tab. Go to the mining station. Okay. And turn off our transponder. Gotta hit it twice to turn it off. And then as we get close, dark. Yeah, he's being real suspicious. All right, open the comm directory. Go ahead and get this guy. All right. Got the information. We're gonna leave. All right, we're gonna go this way. I'm gonna go over here. See if we can salvage this stuff. I don't have any room, but oh, I didn't want to do the interdiction pulse. I wanted to do the scavenge. Well, that was bad. Alright, begin salvage. Accident during operating result in loss of 1 crew and 5 heavy machinery. Alright. Alright, so then we should be able to take all these. Alright. And are there 2 here? Or just 1? Your fleet is over fuel capacity. Don't want that. Okay. So yeah, so we want to do this. Control. It saves that. And we'll say confirm. Alright, so we ejected it. And if we do this, and there should be cargo pods. So we're gonna hit these, and we're going to say put the pods in a stable orbit. Alright. Alright, so now the pods are there. So it doesn't show. Oh, yeah. So it shows it's explored. This one's not. Alright, so we want to go back. We want to go back? It doesn't show that we're supposed to go back. We did get the information, right? Actually saved. F5 to save. Alright. Yeah, I think we're supposed to go back. Yeah, deliver the data to station commander. I don't know why is it not? Why is it not showing next? Oh, there it is. Explanation points behind it. Okay. Alright. So yeah, if we always put them in a stable orbit, that keeps them around for at least a while. So otherwise, you're just throwing it away. All right, comm directory. Talk to him. He's good. Is there a problem? Why hasn't it been salvaged before? I'll see what I can do. All right, so leave. We're gonna go this way. We're gonna go to Pontius. F5. Yeah, it says F5, but we never saved here. I thought it told us to save all the time. Alright. So nothing there. We're going to go out here. So if we look on our sensor, there it is. Keep going this way. There it is. Yeah, see, because we have this on, it's taking forever for us to get there. Alright, so we're going to explore. We're going to engage the automated defenses. We're going to continue. I already did this. No problem. It was easy the first time, so it'll be easy this time. Alright. Here we go. Back up. Let's vent. Yeah, we don't want to get in trouble with our flux. guy's in bad shape, so we'll take him out. Disabled his guns, so he's not shooting nobody anymore. He's dead. Now, let's go find the other guy. There he is. He's almost dead too. Wait, is that my guy? That's my guy. Shooting the wrong guy. It goes to show you can shoot your own guys. I always forget about engines offline. There we go. Alright. Don't shoot your own guys. Hate when that happens. So, friendly fire. Alright, pick through the wreckage. There we go. Alright, we definitely want this. We don't need the fuel. Want those. Metals we probably don't need. Yeah, so let's... Alright, so that'll get those. So then what we'll do is we'll say confirm. Continue. Begin salvage. Once again, we need that. We want that. We want those. We'll get rid of these. All right. And so now we got a couple cargo pods out here that we're going to save. Okay. So, all right. So now what we're going to do is we're going to mark these cargo pods. Put pods in a stable orbit. Okay. Okay. I think that's it. There should be. They're already there. That's us. That's us. Okay. So now there should. That's actually. Let's. What is it? 6. All right. So. So we got all that. We'll save these. We'll put these pods in an orbit as well. So, all right. So now they're there. Okay. So pause. Now we want to go back here. All right. And F5. We save. There's the asteroid belt. So repairs are completed. So yeah, we're down to 0.3 per day, which is pretty good. All right. I hate when I shoot my own ships. So yeah, it looks like it takes 3 days, 4 days, 5 days, wherever we're 5 days to get there, 6 days. So yeah, shift will speed it up, which I should be doing. So this one down here is our average combat effectiveness. So that's showing our fleet-wide average is 70%, which is pretty good. So, all right. So now we got the AI core. That'll give them that. Continue. Alternative, thank you. I'll return with the ships. Okay, so we're gonna trade because we're gonna get all the crew. So now we got a lot of room for crew. So let's go to black market, trade the crew, confirm, and I think I want to trade supplies. How many supplies? 21,000. We don't have 21,000. Go board. You hold down Shift. And then click, you can actually select how much you want. So we got 11,000, so I'm going to take a 40. Actually, am I still in the black market? I am on the black market. Okay, so we can get a couple more now. All right. Shift. All right. There we go. Confirm. All right, so we're down to 191 credits. Oof. That's okay. We're gonna leave. All right, and we're gonna set destination for Tetra. All right. Put on our burn. What's fastest you beat this game? I have never beat this game, so like I said, the learning curve on it is pretty steep. So I always get killed. I used to get killed always right after the tutorial, but recently I did okay with. I ended up with a huge fleet, and then I thought, okay, well this is maybe one that I should probably look at doing to see about, streaming it. So consider ship recovery. We want that one. Oof, 46, that's a lot. All right, we need him. Some of your ships, yes. Explore, consider ship recovery. It's a tanker. Yeah, let's go ahead and take it. Alright, there's a kite. Explore, consider ship recovery. Let's take him. The Lasher, I think, was a hard one. Compromise offer, degraded engines. So to get the Lasher, it's going to cost us 20. Too bad. And a story point, but we'll get a bunch of experience. So story points can be used for a bunch of stuff. So do you have to take over every planet to win, or are there other so yeah, I'm not sure if there is a victory condition. I think you just kind of play. It's very open-ended, so you can pretty much do whatever you want. And so I think there probably is some kind of a place you want to get to. So you want to get your status up with the different with a faction, so that they'll give you a commission, and then you can actually buy once you get your status up even higher after that. That you can buy military ships from them, and then of course build a bigger and bigger fleet. And then you're, oh my goodness gracious, this chair is killing my rear end. And then you can continue to you can colonize planets outside of. So I'll go into that here in a second. So let me recover. Let me go ahead and recover him. 15,000. So if you look here, and actually let's go to E. So if we actually, no, let's go to show on map. All right, and then break it out. Sector. So we go out to the sector and we come out. So here's fuel range. We want to turn that on. So this is fuel range. So here, these systems in here, there's 24 systems that are considered core systems. Which is weird because I don't see 24. So this one's definitely, so these are explored. Yeah, so these are explored. So yeah, so this must be the core systems, and we're at the edge of it. I thought there was a way to show the core. So here's the core systems, and then these big gaps here are kind of when you get outside the core system. So all these systems out here are unexplored, and you can kind of explore them and survey the planets and build colonies on the planets, and of course the other factions will also build colonies, and so it just keeps to expand. So I think it's pretty open-ended where you can kind of do whatever you want. Most people quit after a certain period of time when they feel like they've accomplished what they want to accomplish, but it is kind of nice from that perspective where you can pretty much go on forever. Like I said, eventually I guess you get such a large fleet or whatever, or multiple fleets, because you can have multiple fleets. You can have fleets protecting your colonies, and then the fleet that you fly around and that kind of stuff. But yeah, so this is considered the core system here, these guys. And then where you get into these, where it's got kind of this gap here of space, this is where it gets into the unexplored. So here's one of the unexplored, here's one of the unexplored, but these are core. Zagan is a core. And so this is kind of where you work in the beginning, and then they start giving you missions that go outside there and do kind of stuff outside there, and then you survey planets and build colonies. You can have colonies specialize and stuff, and so yeah, so I don't know that there's actually a victory condition, to be honest. So exploration shows, I guess, which ones have ones that are unsurveyed. So no, that says all surveyed. Barren bombarded world, so there's nothing there. Yeah, it says Lubitic Path has it, but Lubitic Path hates everybody, so. Yeah, so that one's got a barren bombarded world. So yeah, so when I did exploration, it kind of did those. Inhabited are these. So I turned off inhabited. Okay. So yeah, so it's only showing the names for the inhabited ones. So this is how it works. So yeah, so it's only showing the names for the inhabited ones. So this is the core worlds here. So I turn that off. It then shows the names for everything. Okay. Names is here, which I don't know what that is. It doesn't seem to change anything. Constellations is here. So here's the, so there it is. So there's the core worlds. And then here's the different constellations. And so yeah, so these core worlds are always the same for every game. And then these are the ones that are generated by that random key that we put in at the very beginning. And so these are all different for every game, unless you use the same key. And so yeah, so these are kind of nice where, so here's the core worlds here. You can see the core worlds are kind of separated. There's like a sea around them, a star sea around them, where there's no stars, you know. So any of them that were close, they populated, but any of the ones that were further away, they didn't bother with. So there, yeah, so there is, yeah. So all of these out here are randomly generated each game by that key that we put in at the beginning. Now, I just left it what was in there. It generates a random key, but you can actually take that key and you can share it with other people so they can play the same game. And so, because I think things you find, so if I find something really special out here in the Uruk system, Uruk constellation, I guess, yeah, Uruk constellation, Savarga system, then I could tell who's ever using that key. And so, yeah, and I think this was the standard, is what I used. I'd have to look again to be sure, but I think it was the standard. And so yeah, so I think you can even go bigger. And so if you wanted it to be even bigger universe, you could go bigger. But yeah, I have very rarely, like I said, I always got killed just trying to do anything. Once the tutorial ended, in fact, they didn't have a tutorial for the longest while. So I would start and get killed right away just trying to figure out what to do, you know. And then when they got the tutorial, I'd get to the tutorial and then I'd get killed right after that. So, but yeah, so this is the core world. And so, yeah, so the constellations is kind of nice. So inhabited, so that's nice. Fuel range is always a key one. So you can turn off the Starscape so that you don't have it on. And I think it's kind of cool. And then the fuel range shows you, so the inside fuel is how far I can go and come back on the fuel I have right now. And the outside range is how far I can go but not come back. So I could get out here to, you know, Tia, but I can't get back. So I'd have to get fuel out there. And since it's unexplored, highly unlikely I'm going to find fuel out there. Maybe a salvage, maybe, you know. A lot of these places, so when all these random generated ones, a lot of them, and I'm surprised that one's not explored because we're right here. But yeah, it seems like here's the kind of, yeah, because some of these are explored. So that's weird. Tia is pretty close for not being explored. So that's weird. So yeah, we might check those out because these two are not explored. This one's not explored. Oh no, that one is explored. So yeah, so it kind of shows this is in the core when it's really not, because these are in the core. Yeah, so this is the first time I've ever had any that were that close that were unexplored. So those are two good ones we want to check out. That one's actually legit, so that's part of the core, and so this is core. That one's unexplored, so that one's also pretty close. And this one's pretty up. Now, see, that one is explored. So yeah, so this one's pretty close for not being explored. So you can see there's usually a big gap, and so you got to go out there with no fuel and try to come back. That always gets it bad. But a lot of these they will have gates in them that are disabled, and so around the gates they will have ships that got trapped there because the gate died, and of course it's been 200 years, so they didn't survive, and so you can salvage those and get supplies and get fuel and sometimes get back. You can also send out a emergency distress call, which will then, you know, just about anybody will show up, and that's different. But yeah, that's kind of, so yeah, these are the core worlds, and I apologize, I should have mentioned that. And this one's weird because, like I said, I've never had any that started this close to the core worlds. Those should probably be core worlds as far as I'm concerned, because they're really close. So those are ones we're going to check out here pretty quick, because yeah, they're pretty nice. Yeah, because see, these are core worlds up here. So yeah, so I'm really surprised. That's a core world, but these are not, so that's weird. So yeah, so those are close. We could definitely do something there if they have some nice planets. So, but yeah, so where were we? So yeah, we were recovering ships. Okay. So that's a kite. Explore. I don't think I want to waste a story point on a kite. So. No, it's alt, you dingbat. It's like, what's going on? All right. That's a buffalo. Yeah. We can definitely use the supplies. Alt again. Alright. Alright, what's this guy? That's a wolf. We want the wolf. Alright. This one I think is the carrier. That's a freighter. Erotic fuel engine, damaged engine. So what's it going to cost us? So it's not bad. I think the carrier costs us like 40 though. Yeah, so that puts us over crew-wise. So let's say cancel. All right, so let's leave. Let's check out this one. I think we're going to come back and get these two, because the carrier is always a nice one. Consider. Yeah, so way over crew-wise, which we can do. But I think if we look, consider my options. I think if we look right now, cargo. Oh, it's character. I is cargo. Inventory makes sense. So yeah, we're way low on crew. So if I go ahead and go back and buy some more crew, we'd probably be fine. The problem is we don't have any money. But we can sell some of this other stuff. So we can also, one of the things we were looking at, we're using 9 per day. 9, what was I thinking? So here's another thing that says, so this is a planet that does not have a colony on it, but it's in hegemon space. They claim this sector. So if you build a colony here, they will constantly attack you unless you're allied to them. In which case, after the tutorial, we will be allied to them. So that won't be a huge problem. But that's something to keep in mind, is because it doesn't always work out that way. You don't want to build in somebody else's space. You really want to get something established for yourself. So get a whole system. So, all right. So I'm going to say tab. Cargo pods. Well, these cargo pods are right here. Let's go get those. Yes, yes, yes. We'll pick up these cargo pods. At least that's one we don't have to worry about. Examine the pod contents. We'll take these so we can sell those. Alright. Oh, what happened? Don't want to do that. Confirm. Alright, so that's good. So now I want to get back. We explored that one. Abigail, stop. So let's go back here. I think he gives us some money for doing it. What's up, Respin? Good to see ya. Playing a new game, sorry. So as we travel, our ships will get repaired, and that'll lower our supply costs. So every time one of them gets repaired, lowers our supply cost a little bit more, until eventually we get back to a more manageable area. Whoops. Ah, I didn't crash. Good. Yeah, I think they'll give me some money for completing this, for completing with the ships, so. Actually, he gives me a whole bunch of guns. That's right, I remember, so. All right, so open a comm, talk to him. Right. Welcome back, bunch of rust buckets, aren't they? Put some weapons on them, blah, blah, blah. Speaking of weapons, all right, so. I take it you got the stabilization algorithm. Yep, it's good to know you're already working on a plan B. Yeah, so he gives us storage. All right, I'll be back when the job's done. All right, so we're gonna say trade goods. So he didn't give us any money, but he did give us storage. So we have all this. So I'm gonna go ahead and take all of this. Okay. And then what we're gonna do is we're gonna go into the fleet screen. All right. And so these ones are the ones we recovered, and so they have all these points left. Spend no repair confirm. No, I don't want that. So no, we want to go to the refit screen. Sorry. You can mount both the weapons in your cargo hold and the ones available for purchase. Say, undoing the changes to ship's loadout was something on mount the purchase weapon. All right. So here, what I do is, because the whole fitting system and the weapons and all that, very, very sophisticated. I always do auto fit. So use ordnance from cargo, use ordnance from storage, buy ordnance from market, allow black mark purchases, strip before fitting, reinforced bulkheads and blast doors are good ones. They give it more structure. I'm not going to bother with that one. All right. And I want to do, so assault chain gun heavy, 5 flux capacitors. I really want a lot of flux capacitors. Support, yeah, but I don't want to support. Assault chain gun, heavy machine gun, hammer class torpedo, dual machine gun, harpoon, rail guns. So the rail guns, I like rail guns. Hyperwave dryer, rocket launcher, I think we're going to go with overdriven. Say confirm. So that did is that put everything on here. Now it's got a whole bunch of weapons, all this stuff. Okay, used up all the points. Same thing for this one. Auto fit light is the only option we have. So bingo bongo. This is kite, auto fit, standard support, interceptor. Let's do support. Cost of ordnance 600. Why? 300. Oh, we don't have any. Spend any unused ordnance points on flux vents, capacitors, and essential hull mods. Will not make any change to weapon ornament. Cost of ordnance. I don't want to buy. Let's say don't buy from the market. There we go. Let's just put on whatever we have. All right. Yes, we got a bunch, so there's really no reason to buy from the market. All right. Auto fit. Strike. Close support. Harpoon, Vulcan cannon, strike. Confirm. Alright, yeah, because he gave us a whole bunch of weapons. So really no reason. This is another wolf, which is the same as ours. Auto fit. Overdriven, point defense, assault is what we want to confirm. Alright. We got all those fitted out. Alright. Top speed 128, that's not very good. Probably because it's got degraded engines. Yep. Alright. So we'll go ahead and get out of this one. And then we're going to say trade goods. So we've got a bunch of other stuff. So here's fighters, we're going to save those. Black market. Let's sell this. Alright. And then we want to buy crew. Shift. No. How much crew can we buy? Oh my goodness. Really? That's all? That sucks. Yeah, I want to save these. I'm going to put these back in storage. So let's go back to storage. I'm going to put these in storage. Actually, let's put these in storage. We don't need them right now. We definitely need some more crew. We need a way to make some money. So, I suppose we could sell some of this stuff, but I don't really want to sell it. All right. I built a tree Logie to help out when you go back to the L4 and Eve. Thanks, bud. Appreciate it. All right. Yeah, so let's go. So here, if we don't have any money. So yeah, we might have to sell something in order to trade something. So we're still in the thing. So yeah, we got to finish the thing because it won't show us. We can't really trade. I know there's a pirate base here that'll buy these pretty heavily, but we need to figure something else out. So, all right, so we've got that. So let's say leave. All right, now let's do tab. We've got cargo pods out here. I think we've got cargo pods up here. Yeah, we're gonna end up there, so we'll do that later. But let's go get these. Yeah, let's go get these. But thanks for that, Respin. I appreciate it. So yeah, the plan is on Monday morning and Friday morning, which is Sunday night or Thursday night, equivalent for you guys, to do something other than Eve. And then for Monday night, Tuesday night, Wednesday night, or what, for me, Tuesday morning, Wednesday morning, Thursday morning, to do Eve. So Eve will still be my core, but we'll do some other stuff on the off nights. So that way we kind of keep with our core stuff, but also get our other stuff taken care of. So let's pick these up. Continue. And there's another one. Let's get that one. Now, if they end up with another event, which I heard they're getting another event, if they end up with another event, then what we'll do is we'll reevaluate. But yeah, because I heard that that event was only the first phase and that it's supposed to be another one. So, all right, so let's examine the pod contents. Pick up all these pods. That way we can sell all this stuff. It's okay, Abigail. It's okay. All right, let's go to this one. Because they definitely need more crew. That's my problem. Is in order to pick up those other ships, which I do have equipment for, I don't have enough crew. But I need money to buy crew. So he didn't give me any crew, unfortunately. So yeah, we're only using one supply per day, 1.1, which is pretty awesome considering how many ships we have. But they're all kind of repaired and all up to date. So examine, take the fuel. All right, so now we don't want to go there yet. We want to go, there's actually some other ones we could fight here, which might be a good test. We could take out these guys and see if what we get from them, because we might get some money, which would be good. Let's try that. I always hit space while I'm on that screen. So this one's already been explored. I'm gonna say there's supposed to be a ship here. So let's say trade crew, black market. I don't know. I don't understand the whole black market on the pirate thing because it's a pirate one, but you know, here's what it is. So here you can see they have a local deficit, so they can be sold. They can be sold for down here. So sells for 530 units per piece, a piece. Or you buy them for 540. But yeah, so if we buy those from that other world and sell them here, we can make a lot of money. The problem is we don't have any money to buy them. So that would be a way to generate some income, and that'll be one of the first things we do. But their crew here is 29 per unit, which is not too bad. But I'm going to see if we can fight this. See if we can fight this fleet. I'll turn off my thing so that we can catch them quicker. Alright. Pirate fleet is attempting to disengage. Pursue them. So here's another place. So we go back. Here's another place where you can spend story points. So yeah, I have 3 story points. It looks like it didn't charge me story points for those other ones, but yeah, here's another place where you can spend story points, is on special maneuvers, that kind of stuff. So yeah, so they don't have a whole lot, but we might be able to get some free ships from them and hope maybe some crew. Probably not crew. I'm gonna say pursue them. And yeah, take command of the action. So we got them. So I'm gonna say, so this is a tanker and this is a civilian transport, so they don't get deployed. So I'm gonna say deploy, and this will give us a good, so yeah, so because of our sensor strength, we're able to see them right away. So we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna do all out full assault. Are you sure? Order assault will cancel all existing assignments and make ships engage enemy forces more aggressively. Yeah, so we're gonna do full assault because they're gonna try to run away. They're gonna be running. So actually, we're gonna do this. We're gonna do this, and this, and this. No, actually do this. Some of these guys are not going to be able to catch them, but that's what we're going to try to do. So yeah, so we're going to go ahead and do this. So you got these comm relays that you can actually capture as well. So that's a special ability of the wolf, is it's able to teleport. A small range teleport. So yeah, right now it's on autopilot. I'm not controlling anything. So yeah, they've got drones. I'm just gonna let them take care of the drones. But yeah, they're running. So there's one blown up. So now we'll try to catch the other one. So yeah, the other one's trying to get away, and he's probably going to get away. We're probably not going to catch him. Oh, maybe we blew him up. No, looks like we did blow him up. All right, cool. So consider ship recovery. So this one is completely lost. We could do it with a story point, but I don't think it's worth it. Lasting damage. So it's got four degraded systems. So structural damage, unreliable systems, damaged weapon mounts, faulty automation. So yeah, now it would let us based on our crew, but I'm not gonna bother with that. So we're gonna actually turn this one off. So this one we have plenty of supplies, but we will max out our crew. But that is another support destroyer, compromised armor. But yeah, let's recover that one. All right, we're gonna pick through the wreckage. So I'll take these guys. We can always use those. We really need crew, but we should have also, we got some money. Money. Jeez, my eyes. What's wrong with your eyes? Alright, so there's another one. So that's us. But yeah, let's go back here. And let's actually, I think these guys, it looks like I got another thing. Your recent actions around it have generated a lot of local interest. Simply coming in with a transponder off is no longer sufficient to go unnoticed. Judging from the current level of comm chatter and news reports, your estimate it will take a week until the commotion dies down. That's the first time I've ever seen that. So yeah, I probably should have done that. So it's not letting me trade. Okie dokie. So because I blew up their fleet. So. All right, so this one has not been explored. Well, we want to recover these other two ships. So let's go back here. Let's see. What are you doing, Abigail? What are you doing? Come here. Come on. I got you. Watch your head. Here's Abigail. Nope, I don't have sustained burn on. There we go. Alright, that flashbang from the explosion, I think the devs went a little overboard with making the whole screen white out. Yeah, they do. I guess it's so that you know something blew up. It's funny, when your ships blow up, it doesn't do as big a bang, but it does do a pretty big bang when theirs blow up. So what is this? Good God, you got another tick? No, it's something else. Alright. She's getting a lot of ticks. So, alright. So let's trade goods. So here, these are only $2.90 a piece, but we can sell them for $5.40. So, yeah. So units can be sold at a higher price. So, but they're $2.90. Settle. We can actually sell these. So let's do black market. Let's sell these. So that'll get us some money. We only have 2 of those? Yeah, we need more heavy machinery. Those are what you use when you're doing salvage operations, so which are always an easy way to get some stuff. So yeah, but yeah, it's weird because I would actually prefer it if it did some kind of a notification. It puts it up at the top when one of your ships dies, but it's really hard to tell when one of your ships dies. So All right, so his are 33 where they're 29 at the other place. So I'm going to go ahead and buy these guys. 290. So, whoops, that's not what I wanted. All right, so I'm going to buy 8. All right, confirm. All right, and we're going to undock. We got to wait. It said we got to wait a week. All right, so let's leave. Yeah, because it won't let us trade with them. Yeah, that sucks. Let's go here. Let's search this gate. But yeah, it would be nice if it lets you know when something was going on with yours. Maybe I can go in dark. Maybe that's it. All right. So, fly through the gate. I don't think nothing happens. I'm out there like former age. Fly through. You order your fleet to traverse a deadly gateway. Your bridge crew is especially quiet during the path. Nothing happens. Yeah. Let's say nothing should happen. All right. So let's salvage. Assess. We only have 2. Yeah, so that's going to hurt us. 18%. But that's all right. Let's see. Accident. We lost all heavy machinery and a crew. Sucks. It's all right. We got something. All right. So yeah, we need to buy more heavy machinery, but because that didn't work out. All right, so let's try. Your fleet does not have enough personnel to fully prove. Yeah, I know. So that's made our supplies go up. So let's pause. And let's go here. But let's go dark. Actually, we don't want to go dark yet. When we get close, we'll go dark. See if that allows us to trade. All right. So yes, it's letting us trade. So, all right. So here, so we bought these for, I don't remember what it was, 1,600. But if we sell them black market, so we don't pay tax, I only get 530. That's not right. Seriously? They're 540 per unit. Oh, because it only did 1 unit. Okay, helps if you put them all. There we go. 4,000. Okay, that's better. I think we paid like 1,000. All right, and then we'll buy our crew. So let's say we buy our crew. We want to buy whatever gets us back down to 0. All right. So that should get us where we need to be. All right. I want to go pick up that other ship. All right. So we got low cargo, got good fuel, we've got good crew, we need 174 and we've got more than enough. All right. And we sold at a higher price. Sells for 340, sells for 68. I don't want to sell those. Yeah, so. All right. Yeah, nobody's there, so let's leave. All right. And let's go down and see if we can pick up these ships now. $8 per day. Now it's down to 6.5 per day. Whoops, sustained burn. 2.8 per day. I want to get back down to 1.1. Yeah, we don't have a whole lot of supplies. So I think we'll get the carrier and then we'll salvage the other one. But I think it's gonna make it so we're still problem. There's 1.3 per day. So everybody's we got experience from profitable trades. Good. Slowed down to go through the asteroid belt. What's this? Derelict ship Tarsus freighter. Let's get the freighter. Let's turn you off. Explore, begin salvage. Well, that wasn't very much. All right, and then, well, there's another, there it is. All right, so if we try to salvage it, we got enough crew, we got enough supplies. We're covered. All right, we got 11,000 experience. All right, so now let's go back to Accra. Sustain burn. We're gonna need some more supplies. Go lay down, Abigail. All right. All right, so we're gonna go here and we're gonna go to refit. So we've got these guys. We picked up this guy, the Buffalo. So auto refit. We're not gonna buy. We're just gonna use it from the storage. So we want to do fighter support. All right, and then this guy auto fit. Strike. We want a strike ship. All right. 40 is the top speed. That's not good. Compromise hull, degraded, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Yeah, so he's in pretty bad shape. He's got 3. He's the only one that's got 3. But our combat readiness is low. So let's go and let's say, go back out. It's not letting us repair, which is kind of bad. So black market. So that was very worth it. Let's see. We also have storage. So in the storage we go. Oh, there's where we had all our. I was thinking we had more. Okay, cool. So we can probably sell these, but I don't think I want to sell them. They're free guns, so we'll just use them. So we'll save them. All right, so we got enough crew. Our crew requirements are 264. We got 309, so we're good there. We don't have a whole lot of supplies. Yeah, we don't have a whole lot of supplies. But we should have enough to get there and fight these guys. So let's go do that. Because then we'll get money. Alright, so let's save. And let's go here. Alright. So 7 days. No, 3 days. Okay, so we got enough to get there. We got enough for 12 days. So. But our combat readiness has got to get up. Yeah, since we can't, normally when you salvage ships like that, you can repair them at the stations. Since we're still in the tutorial, it's not letting us do that. So, all right. So we want to go dark because we want to lure these guys away. We just want one. Hey, this way, this way, this way, this way. Actually, they're running from us. So yeah, we only want to fight one at a time. We can help it. Problem is we're running out of supplies, so we need to get them taken care of here pretty quick. There we go. Open a con link. Yeah. Move to engage. Continue. Alright, so we're going to deploy all, which actually costs us 31 supplies. Oof, that hurts. Alright. Hopefully we'll get some from this fight. So, alright. So we don't see them. So we're good here. So let's go ahead. Is he running? So lots of sensors. So let's see what we got. So they've got a bunch. We want to kind of stick together. So let's have this one attack here, and this one attack here, and this one attack here. These guys move over here. All right. We'll see if we can kind of keep them together. Getting shot in behind. Okay, he's dead. Alright, so let's regroup. Alright, so let's focus on this one. And he moves slow. Alright, so these guys focus here and here and here. Focus on these guys. Spinning. I guess that's a common AI tactic to try and keep from getting killed. So let's see who's left. So is that it? Yep. So yeah, so we killed all that fleet. What's the biggest ship you've gotten so far in the game? Probably one of those hammerheads. They have much bigger. They have battleships and capital ships. So yeah, that's one of the things to try and get to. So, all right, consider ship recovery. We don't have any supplies. Yes, we're way low on supplies. We need 45 to survive, so. That's a hound. Freighter. Yeah, I think I'm just going to salvage all these. Continue. Disabled ships from your fleet. Oh, what do you mean from my fleet? Who'd I lose? I didn't have any hounds. Cerberus. Uh-oh, one of these must be mine. Yeah, that's mine. Alright. Alright, come on. There we go. Alright, so now we got a bunch of stuff. So here, let's do alt. Alright, so now we should have enough to get back. Alright, so there's a thing. Now, did the other one leave? Your fleet is running low on supplies. Yep. Open the fleet screen. Yeah, I know. Alright, let's stabilize the jump point. So now we did that. Okay, so let's go ahead and take care of this field. I can never remember which one. 6. Yeah, we don't have very much. Where did all of ours go? We had a whole bunch. Some more. Alright. Alright, so let's pause. And we're not going to do dark anymore. We're going to do sustained burn. But we want to go to here. Alright, 8 per day. Oof. So we still should get there in plenty of time. So yeah, so I think the hammerhead is probably the biggest. I'd have to check. I saved the other game. I had like 20 some ships in my fleet. The problem is it starts getting costly supply wise. So you really want to have quality ships that don't cost you as much supplies. But all right, so we're going to talk to this guy, which he gave us 10,000. Our relation improved by 5, so we're at 11, which is actually pretty good. And improved by 10 with him. Okay, here's your reward. Great. We can buy some more crew. We can buy some more supplies. Now I expect the authorities' headquarters on Jungle and the Corvus system would like to hear about the recent events. Yep. We need 80 fuel to get to Jungala. All right, so continue. And we got distress call. So if you ever run out of fuel, you can do that. So clearing the bounty on the remaining rogue minor fleets here. If you like, you can stick around and help mop them up. So that's what I was thinking. So, all right, so let's trade. How are we doing crew-wise? 270, and we've got 268. Nothing like cutting it short. All right. So let's do that, and then let's buy crew. So we'll buy whatever we can buy for the same amount of money, so we can save our money. All right. So now let's say confirm. We need supplies, but their supplies, oh, they're only 100 each. That's not too bad. All right. So we're using 14 a day. Holy cow. So let's put these in storage. All right. Save some space. Yeah, so we still have them in storage. That's what the problem was. We need to be carrying those around because we can't salvage without them. So that's kind of bad. So yeah, so let's do this. So let's go to refit because we might be able to. So he's at 50%. He's at 71%. Let's do auto fit. Assault. Yeah, it's custom now. So let's do assault. Confirm. All right. Yeah, so this is a hammerhead here. I think this is the largest ship I've had, so I haven't got very far in the game at all. I really wanted to stream it as I go, so you guys can kind of see the same surprises that I see. So, alright, I'm gonna refit all these guys since we've got different things. Board, Lasher, Strike. There's a wolf. The wolves are really nice. Salt. That's a buffalo. It's a buffalo. Warning, not enough suitable fighters. Okay, that's fine. All right, cool. I got those all. So yeah, so what we'll end up doing eventually, we'll replace this one. So, but now we've got some money. So here's what we're gonna do. We're going to say escape. So we got those all refitted. We're gonna trade goods. All right. Black market. We're gonna trade these guys. 182 per. So here now you can hit F1, and it shows you which ones will buy. So here's where the best places to buy. It's 103. So Syndra is one that's really low. This one's a 182. So that's not the best, but I know 1.7. Here's an independent. They're buying for 287. I know the guys here were buying for 5 something, but it doesn't show them on here. I don't know why. So there's no place here. So I'm curious. Maybe they're not buying them for that price anymore. But I actually traded quite a few of these to the pirates here. So maybe we'll fly there and we'll check it out now that we've got supplies and stuff. No, we didn't buy supplies. Yeah, we need to buy supplies. It says we're burning 14 a day. Let's see, can we repair? No. Still can't repair. Why? Alright, so we got Distress Skull. So that's good. Alright, so let's do... We can also do the dockside bar, but I don't want to do that one. Oh, I didn't want to do that. So yeah, so that's the other thing we'll show you here in a second. So I need supplies. So they're 100 per unit. If I buy 100, that's 10,000. That's kind of expensive. Yeah. All right, we'll have to make some money. All right. Oh, what do I got? I got all these weapons. Okay, cool. So let's go back to storage. Put these weapons in storage. All right, cool. Confirm. Yeah. So we'll leave those in storage. Okay, leave. All right, so we can mop up here, or we can do the other. So now it's gone down to 5.4 per day, so that's good. But so let's see what we got here. There were some. It's over here. It says we need 80, so here we are. What's that? Security detachment. So let's go back here, because I think there should be another fleet over there that I should be able to take out. Which is always my hope. I get it. So if they're pirate, I get a bounty for them, and I get extra money from the hedge fund. So it's kind of double dipping. So repairs completed. So we're down to 2.6 per day. There they are. Okay. So what's this? Running from my fleet. Okay. So we're going to actually go for him. We're going to turn off the burn. Yeah. All right. Move to engage. No. All right, so let's deploy all 30 supplies. God, that's expensive. All right. And overkill. We probably don't need all. So I could save supplies by not deploying everything, but I'm gonna wait till we see. There we go. So let's focus on this guy. So let's do eliminate. So where is he going? Actually, you get over here. Kind of get these guys over so we're all working on the same ones. There's one dead. Oh, here's one right here. So this guy's running. Yeah, this guy's kind of pinned down, so we should probably go after him. Oh, so I guess we already killed it. I didn't see it blow up. All right. So that's a Cerberus freighter. Lasting damage, compound armor, faulty power grid. This one is a Cerberus. Yeah, that one's real bad. So let's see if we can do this one. Yeah, recover. Alright. Alright, so we got some more weapons. Alright, excellent. I love it when we do it. So plus we got a bounty from them for doing it. So yeah, so if we look here, we got 6 story points to spend. We have 1 skill point, 12,000 experience, 3 new hull variants, system bounty Galatia. So yeah, so if we go back here to E, now if we look in the new, there are 9 here in the new. So Persian League, which is another faction. Tritachion's another faction. Syndra's another faction. Hegemony is what we're doing, and this is the one we're working on. So it says for every frigate we get 1,000 credits. So, and we don't have to actually accept that one. They'll just give it to us automatically. So we may as well hunt these down because we'll get extra credit for them. So, system bounty in Arcadia. Actually, I think Arcadia is where we are, right? I think Arcadia is where we are, right? No, we're in Galatia, right? Okay, so Galatia is where we're at, and so Arcadia is next door. So yeah, so we could go to both of these and just hunt and get those ones. So, so yeah, so here's our important one that we're working on. Here's the story. So yeah, and then here's the new 9, and then these are broken down by exploration, fleet logs, bounties, gates, hostiles, local. So you can just see some of them just by that. Here's all the bounties. Here's all the hostiles. Right here, Hegemony's angry with Tritachion because they make the AI cores. Hegemon's also angry with Persian League. Ludic Church is angry with Tritachion, and Persian League. Everybody's angry with Tritachion. So honestly, if we attack Tritachion, we could be friends with everybody. But yeah, so yeah, you can kind of just see them here. There's different ways to see the same one. So if you click them here, you can actually make them important, and then they'll show up on your important tab so you don't lose them. But here's that one. And so yeah, so Corvus, it wants us to go to Corvus, which show on map. That's Jongala. We go out to sector, there's Corvus, there's Galatia, so we're right there. It says it'll cost us 80 fuel to get there. So it says 24, so maybe 80's there and back. I don't know. So, which is kind of weird. So, all right, so I'm going to look around because I saw there was another sensor burst here. So I'm going to look around here, see what we can find. Because there was another sensor burst up there. See if there's more pirates. There it is. There they are. Yep, more pirates. Alright, so I don't think I need all these guys. This guy's kind of low. We'll take him. We'll take him. We'll take him. Yeah, let's take him. He's so slow. I don't think we ever get into the fight. Let's take the lasher. All right, only costs us 24 supplies. All right. So there they are. There's 3 of them. So focus on this one. Focus on this one. Focus on this one. Focus on this one. I'll focus on this one. All right. There we go. Yeah, so while you have it selected, you have autopilot, but as soon as you hit one of the things, you'll start moving. Stay here so that we get this one. Oh, already done. So that one's difficult. So the Hound and the Cerberus. We've got enough crew for both of them, so we may as well take them. Nope, that's not what we wanted. Covered. Pick through the wreckage, so we'll get some more. All right, keep going, keep going. So yeah, we only need 80 fuel, so we've got plenty of fuel to get to where we need to go. All right, let's confirm. So it didn't make a field here. So 4,000 received and relationship with anybody approved by 3, so we're in pretty good shape. That's is it 6 or 5 or 4 or 3? 3. I don't see any, so let's go up here. Let's check this out. Yeah, so we get any pirates. All right, so yeah, at least a week, so they're not letting us. So I'm gonna leave. It looks like these guys are gonna try to. Ooh, that's a huge force. So that's a huge force. Oh my goodness. I don't want to fight them. Yeah, we don't want to fight them. Yeah, so, oh, that's why, because there's a whole bunch of them. So there's multiple forces here, and so. Yeah, so here's my force, right? Oh, those are the fighters. I was like, what are the? Yeah, so those are the fighters. Okay. So yeah, so yeah, I don't think we want to fight these guys. We probably could take them, but we'll probably lose several ships. So we're not really married to any of these ships, so that probably wouldn't be a horrible thing. But I don't want us to get in a trouble. So we're gonna attempt to disengage. The enemy fleet pursues. Crash, mothball some of your ships for malfunctions. Okay, so it deployed everything. So all right. So let's see what we got. So they're below us. So let's do full retreat. Yeah, we're getting away. We're getting away. We're getting away. Yeah, the Shrek doesn't look like it's going to get away, but the rest of us probably will. What's this one? The kite? Yeah, I think that's the kite. Oh, there's more up here. Well, that's no good. So yeah, they blew up one. Yeah, the Shrike's not gonna make it. Let's do this. So no command points available. Okay, so we can't change our command. So since we did full retreat, oh, we lost another one. Buffalo. Where's my flagship? I don't know. Is that it? I think that must be it. Hammerhead's getting away. Where is everybody? What? Where am I? I think I retreated, so that's why. First time we're trying to retreat and not getting away. This guy's doing all right. This guy's getting away. I think they're all getting away. There's one. Yeah, we should have saved before we left that last battle. I thought all of them were kind of pushovers here, but the pirates actually regrouped, so. But yeah, it's weird how I wasn't able to change it once I said full retreat. So something to keep in mind for the future, so. Yeah. All right, so. Preliminary reports indicate approximately 170 crew and no Marines were lost during the last event. Your forces were able to disengage from the enemy. Okay. Alright, so let's go this way. We want to go this way, and we want to do emergency burn, right? What's emergency burn? So let's go this way. So let's go back here. And I think we need to buy some more crew. I think we're short of crew. Yeah, so it says when we get closer to the sun, we burn more. So 7.8. Yeah, we're running out of supplies. 4.5. So yeah, so it reduced. I don't have any cargo that should be suspicious, so yeah, they want me to turn on my thing, so now I'm going to repair. All right, so that gets all my ships repaired. So now let's see what we got. So I don't know what we lost. Well, we still got quite a few. But let's do auto fit from storage. Shielded. Alright, so that one, there's a Hound and a Cerberus. Hound actually allows you to hide stuff, so that's kind of nice. So So we'll get those fitted. We still got money, so we can buy some. I think we need crew. 157 and we've got 158. Yeah, we should always keep it at least double. So I'm gonna go with 300. Let's go. 150. There we go. There we go. That's 7,000. And then, oof, we don't have any money for supplies. Oh, no. Abort. Black market. Let's see. Much cheaper. And then all right, we're down to 1.3. All right. What if we buy these? It says buy them at 182. Yeah, it's not showing that here they're buying them, which is kind of crazy because I'm pretty sure they are. But yeah, we can't go back up to. So we've got a very negative with the rate with the pirates since we've been hunting the pirates here. So we're gonna go ahead. Ouch! Man, this is killing my rear end. We're gonna go ahead and finish up this tutorial. I'm gonna say leave. I'm gonna say save. All right, and then we're going to E. We're gonna say show on map. We're gonna say set destination. All right, and that's gonna take us out to a jump point. Hey babies. Yes, I see you. It says it only takes 17 fuel, which is really weird because it told us 80 fuel. I don't know why it told us 80. So actually, our character screen is flashing because we've got a point. All right. So I want to salvaging, bulk transport, field repairs. I think I want this one. All right. All right. So monthly income is 13,000. So we got that from the thing. So, which is kind of nice because that keeps us going. So now we're going to the jump point. So now we're jumping to hyperspace. So, all right. So 11 fuel. Now we're going to fly to. The fleet is entered as ships traveling hyperspace. Use fuel in proportion to distance travel. Fleets that run out of fuel, your star may become stranded. Okay. So it says that ours is 17 that needs to go there. We also want to turn off our transponder, especially since we're enemies with the pirates, and so there's a lot of pirates in hyperspace, so we don't want them. So here we go. I don't know if that's actually an asteroid belt or not, but probably not. But that's an asteroid belt. So somebody's scanning us. Edgemond, because it's orange. So there we go to Jungala. And we're going to open COM directory. Here's the guy we want to talk to. All right. Establish your connection request. Blah, blah, blah. Yes, you are. Skim down. Let's back on the map. That's excellent news. So our improved. We lost a couple by having our transponder off, which was not good. So what do I do now? So I don't have anything specific for you right now, but you got options, she says. Setting data. There's a bounty on this system right now to unhealthy high-powered activity. So yeah, you can do that. And of course, you could always visit the dockside bars. Yep. So that's pretty much the end of the tutorial. You could try your hand at salvaging, load up on fuel, head for the systems outside the core world. It's a good deal to pick up a mission first so you're not running blind. Analyze the planet at derelict. And then there's one, there's more often. Yep. So commission a hegemony due to the Galactica business. Your standing is high enough that such a request would be accepted. You'll be expected to fight our enemies, though, so it's quite a commitment. If I were you, I'd hold off until you've got a more solid fleet behind you. So, thanks, I'll think about it. So there we go. So yeah, if you go down to the bar, take a shuttle down to the bar, it tells you, so here, the concourse is in chaos, blah, blah, blah. The Greens has formed a human barrier across the main entrance. Surrounding them are angry spacers, officers and crew waiting to enter commercial promenade or return to their ships. Blah. Small contingent of local monosect holds the shouting crowds barely. So they continue. We recognize hegemony quartermaster, speaking orders for small comms. Ludic's protesting the planet-side burns. He explains, get these every other week due to the pilgrims. They consider sort of passage. One arm shrugs to suggest that he doesn't find the matter worth getting too upset about. So I say pilgrims. Is there a shrine here? Not here, he says. He's not leaving the on the surface for appreciating the local plant life. Don't understand why you wouldn't believe how toxic the stuff is. Detox after exposure is like a week of hangover compressed down into a day or two. Shakes his head. At least that's what I felt like for me. Guess that's like suffering ludic's for you. Top Breast says we gotta humor him, right? Politics. Burst of coded garble comes through the comms, and the quartermaster gives you a short response. Intermune will be here soon if you want to stay for the show. So, Ludic Shrine Drangala. So, wait for authorities to join the protest. You haven't said, yeah, wait for authorities to clear the protest. You wait, crowd grows. One less patient. A minority cheers and shouts. A few spacers start throwing trash. The Ludics perform their charted prayer, calling for an end to the orbital burns. Arms locked. From fights breaking out, it's clear that there's much support for Ludic. There is much support for Ludic cause outside of the overt person. It feels near a boiling point. When heads start to turn and you see a dark regiment of lightly armored troopers deploy from columns into a wedge. Security drones hum overhead, targeting lasers and ID cams flickering. This is the first time I've ever read this one, so a steady advance breaks the protest line apart. Shocking prods rise and fall to silent shouts. The screams, it's difficult to see through the pacification gas, but you can make out drones deploying restraint foam on struggling forms. The Ludic's fist signs, and even hammers are useless against the power armor generating. You may pass safely, citizen. A drone buzzes at you in a pleasant voice. Step toward the main promenade. You turn to find that you've left a diminishing trail of blood spots. A scuff or two of your heel in the deck plate takes care of the problem. Alright. So take a shuttle to the Ludic Shrine. Take a shuttle to the dockside bar. I think I already did the dockside bar. So yeah, I didn't even realize there was a shrine here. So I'm going to say the dockside bar. Okay, so here at the bar. Sound effect. Main concourse, final level establishment, enter crowded well-lit space, core worlds. At the bar, so here, down here it says at the bar, a shifty man fiddling with a cyber mod gives you a grim but significant look. At the end of the bar, a rakish man is met by a variety of low-life characters who scurry away. And a table of tattooed marine mercenaries bending middle-grade cyber mods are drinking alarmingly amounts of liquor. So let's strike up a shifty man. You pretend to read the menu as man puts the jack down and explains that he's surely your fleet come. You look like someone who might be used for Ludic Church. Yeah, everybody hates Ludic Church. He says with a wink. They charge all the codes at once, so yeah, I don't have the money, so decline. Find out what the rakish man is doing. The man watches you approach. Give you a job. It's a real shame how many of them just can't follow instructions. And then I'm getting tossed down airline. He laughs around as a joke. Deliver the item to the specified location in Beta Rigby system. 15 light years away. Reward is 72,000 credits. Don't seem making the drop. And don't tell anyone about it. So it says you gotta do it kind of in stealth mode, which is hard. Table of tattooed mercs. Prove yourself worthy of searching by taking a round of ammo drops. We've got 38 suits, experience on they can fight in a vacuum. So yeah, so 5,000 for 38. That sounds pretty good. Buy the mercenary contract and stink them off Chengala. Alright, so let's leave the bar. Oof, it's loud. I'm gonna have to turn that down. So that must be the sound effect. So I'm gonna say leave. Alright, say escape. Do settings. Settings. Audio. Sound volume. Battle size. So yeah, let's turn the sound volume down. Let's try that. Alright. So, allow the scan. All right. So even though I'm allied with them, they're still doing scans. So, all right. So let's do tab. So yeah. So here, there's a bunch of stuff. Shara. Yeah, one of these I was able to trade. Like, so here's a pirate-sized base of 3. Unfortunately, I'm well known to the pirates, so that's probably not a good thing. So let's go back in here. Let's see, trade goods, black market. So yeah, so actually now that I'm allied with them, I can actually buy from the military. So, unfortunately, I think there's still a markup. Yep, yeah. So there's still a tax, but I guess the tax is still 30%. So yeah. So how are we doing? We need fleet requires 157. We got over 308. So yeah. So allow us to pick up some more if we need them. So we got these 38. Oh, they're battle hardened. So, ooh, that's good. They're elite Marines. Okay, so they were well worth it. Yeah, they were well worth it. I was trying to figure out if they were worth the price or not. We paid 5,000 for 38, and these Marines are. It won't let us buy them because we don't have enough standing. But if we check here in the regular open market, they're Marines. Yeah, 177 per unit. So 5,000 for 38. So 100 each would be 3,800. So if you're 200 each, that would be double. So yeah, so we got them, and these are elite Marines. So that's really good. So we go to the black market. We have our transponder on because we always have our transponder on now. So here we can buy these, but they're selling at 224. So let's do F1. So yeah, so Yama, which is hegemony, is selling them for 158, 104 in Magic, and then with a buy them in 404 in Asura. So. Yeah, there was one place where it was the same system, and it was just awesome. So here's Corvus. So Corvus is buying them for 328. It's the second highest. So I buy them here at 224 and sell them for $328. That's over 100. Yeah, it's over 100 per. So yeah. So I don't think we can buy all these, but let's see what we got. All right. We can buy 42. All right. So confirm. And we're going to undock. Problem is, we're in bad with the pirates, so let's do tab. Let's set for the pirate station. And then we're going to go dark. Actually, I think we want to turn this back up. They're chasing us. Oh no, they took our drugs. God. Damn it. Well, that's totally uncool. Yeah. The refusal is rather perfunctory, and you get the impression that turnover is prevent identification might yield better results. Yeah, well, I had it off, but these guys chased me down. Yeah, so that sucked. Allow the scan. What? I already turned my thing on. So they didn't get them all. My transponder's on. So I got a few. So I was able to salvage some. All right. All right. So I got half my money back. Peace. What a crock. So they didn't confiscate them all. Probably they were in the Hound, which probably saved them. So sorry. Ads are on. So. All right. Take advance. Shuttle down. Okay. Flag down the tripod guy. Data doesn't lie. She cries again that you can't make this arcane scrolling greasy tripod nor stock one card to matter. Alright, so she told me where it is, so let's leave. Let's find it. Alright. Oh, for crying out loud. I don't want to fight them. I'm allied with them, for crying out loud. This guy's being a butthead. I can't fight these guys. Let's do full retreat. They're not pursuing us. Why are they not pursuing us? Yeah, Yeah, they're not pursuing us. That's weird. So they launched missiles. Oh, I see. That's why. So we're getting hit. They launched long-range missiles. Yeah, he got hit several times. Yeah, so see what I mean? This is what happens. Why is he coming back? So he's not one of mine. Okay. No. Did he get captured? Hey guys, go ahead. Let's keep retreating. Keep retreating. There you go. Keep going. Get away. I don't think we lost anybody. Yeah, these guys are real pain in the butt. I just had a huge. What a pain in the butt. Why are you coming in? Of course, allow the scan. There's nothing there. God, you guys are a pain in the butt. Come on, 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 emergency burn. Stop. Now that shut off our emergency burn. Why are they chasing us? We didn't do nothing. So where is that supposedly? Go, 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 go. Oh my lord, what are you attacking me for? My goodness gracious. All right, so now that I'm commissioned, hopefully they'll stop attacking me. Why is he attacking me? This is crazy. I don't know why this guy's messing with me. Verdant continents of jungle sprawl beneath you, crowned by a huge weather system, churning lethargics. Searing lines of orbital burn lasers flick out of jungle, invisible until they get slashing. How are your shuttle changes? At least judging by the hollows built. Tenant creates what must be intended to be a reassurance. How might we assist you? What's going on with this? Man, get this guy to quit attacking me. See if I can talk to these others. No. Yeah, none of these. All right, so it's not giving me any. And so I wonder if this guy's going to keep attacking me. Seems. Let's get out of here. This guy's a pain in my butt. Let's go to E. Important. Base reward per frigate. Oh, 300. Yeah, I'm not going to resign my. So that's it. I don't want that. So yeah. So that it's all. So it's over. So now I want to go to. Let's go back to Corvus, Galatia. What? No supplies? Why do I have no supplies? Well, I can't do that. Oh, what the fudge? Let's go here. What the heck happened to all my supplies? Oh, crap. How come I have no supplies? 104. Good God. Yeah, this is ridiculous. Ah, no. 14 per day. Why 14 per day? Okay, it didn't work. $14 per day. It's ridiculous. Out of supplies. Yes, I know. I know. For Christ's sake. Got blown off course by this damn storm. I wasn't going to Pontius. I was going to Galactica. Oh, for crying out loud. Oh, I guess I was going to Pontius. Alright, well, this is totally uncool. Yeah, so I got nothing, but we could probably sell some stuff out of storage. Yeah, so. 39%, which is not good at all. Mastery ordnance expertise. Timid. I don't have any money. Yeah, I don't know how I got so poor. Here we go. So yes, this was the one I was supposed to do. Yeah, I don't have that. Tell you, we've been thinking, Cerebus Captain says, sitting you down. Along with a few concerns, I put together a fund for a bounty on all pirate fleets entered into the middle of the star system 15 light years away. 15 light years away. I gotta make some money. We could wait for our commission. Should come soon. Yeah, we're going down quick. Oh, we're supposed to go there. Yeah, so once again, this is what happens. I was doing really well. All right, I'm not getting paid. I don't know why I'm not getting paid. I mean, if we're gonna sit here, we may as well go and get something. Yeah, lots of accidents. No, I don't want to establish a colony. I had to turn his lead past that one. Improved by 10, okay. It's way out there. 28 light years away. 14 light years away. 50 light years away. So yeah, so I'm about to die. There's my monthly income, 28,000. Yes, I know. What's that? No, come on. No. $26. And these ones are buying at 184. 326. Yeah, like I said, there was one that were in the same system. But I think it's one of those where it's always $0.99. Yeah, I'm back up to 70. So that's good. I'm gonna have to buy on the actual market. $1.3 per day. Refit. We need crew-wise. Crew 157. 38 Marines. Alright, we're good. Okay, now we can figure out something to do. Now we got a little bit of money. Alright. $184 per unit. Alright. Alright, let's recover. I don't have any. Why? Oh, that sucks. That really sucks. Why don't we have any? That's weird. I wonder why. Oh, that's weird. Yeah, it won't let me. That sucks. So for some reason I don't know enough about it to be able to do it, so. Alright, so. Yeah, we already saw this. Yeah. I don't have a colony. That requires a colony for that one. Oh, it's not pirate anymore. $17 per day. There's a debris field. So let's stop there.
much. Better than nothing. And now. So let's mothball this one. There we go. Now we go. All right, so let's go. And let's go. Yeah, so that's not one. I need more crew. So, I need fleet. my God. No, it's way bad. Don't know. We'll have to see what's going on here. See if we can figure this out. Sorry, I've been kind of focused, so appreciate you guys watching. We're approaching the end of the stream time, so we'll have to see. We'll have to raid somebody, but my wife's kind of popped in a couple times. Squall MLRS. So we did actually get some more money, so that was kind of nice. At least we got back on that. Insulated engine assembly. So what is that? Is that a blueprint? To adapt and apply this modification to various holes. 3,000. 6,000. 6,000. Talon. I think those are fighters, right? Interceptor. Yeah, these are fighters. Yeah, so. So yeah, there's really nothing here. Cheapest place to buy it is in Nankara. Yeah, supposedly Sindra had it, but right now, yeah. It's 4.6 away. I need to find a cheap place to buy supplies. That's what I need to find. Cheapest place to buy them, 79 cents. Aslan. 2.6 away. Okay. Why don't we go there? Checkamotech. 2.3 per day. I don't know if I'm gonna have enough to get there. What else is here? That's explored, that's explored. I suppose we could take this out. Do you feel like this game gives you enough currency or loot to build up quickly, or is it a long haul? It's kind of a long haul kind of game. There, if you get some missions, some of the missions will actually give you like a huge amount of money. But yeah, they're the ones you gotta find, and some of them are really far away. So it's kind of one of those, it's like, you know, doesn't seem to make all that much sense, but yeah, it's one of those where you can never be sure what's going on. So, but yeah, I think for the most part, yeah. And my other one, I got a lot of money and I've got a lot of ships. I have trouble finding supplies because the ships require so many supplies. This one, I don't require that many supplies, but I'm not getting enough money to keep the supplies up. So, which is kind of frustrating. So. Yeah, so like there, I don't even have enough to buy those. Oh wait, I could sell these. I really want to keep those. Yeah. But I do seem to be always out of money. Now, I could sell these weapons, and that would probably help. These you actually use to build stuff. I want to build a comm array or that kind of stuff. But yeah, it seems like it can be easy to hit a brick wall. Yep. Yeah, because it's kind of one of those. And so I really need to be looking more at the intel screen and trying to see what's in here. So like the bounties, you kind of fight. And so you'll actually get paid for those. You don't need to accept these. So you can just go there and get paid for them. Or you can actually, and you also get the salvage and everything else. But you also got to repair your ships. But the problem is you got to get there. So this one's got 10 days remaining. So the other thing I don't know, important. Yeah, so she gave me a mission. Maybe did I restart? I don't think so. That woman gave me a mission and said she'd tell me where the thing was. Yeah, so I'm getting 35, and for every hostile frigate I get 300. So right now they're at war with Syndic. So if I go there and fight those or Persian, I'll get 300 for every frigate that I kill. Which, yeah, not that much, but Corvus is also paying for things, but only 16 more days. So yeah, so that's where it's kind of, unless you liquidate everything. Yep. And that's the thing. I'm more of a hoarder. And so yeah, so it becomes a big problem is because it doesn't ever seem to work out. So I don't know about these convoys. I don't know what they mean. So the context in general lets you know that a hedge fund convoy is preparing for a voyage to. On the outward trip, the fleet will carry organics, food, and marines. On the trip to Brinjana, the fleet will carry food. It's noteworthy because it's carrying a large quantity of goods. Okay, so it's really just telling you so that you can then raid these and take them out and steal the goods. But why would I do that when I'm allied with them? You know. So yeah, there's a lot of different things you can do that'll get you in different places, but. Yeah, so here's the exploration ones. Survey Barren World, which is way out here, 428 fuel needed. So, analyze derelict shipped, that's way out there. 642 fuel. So here's the technology cache. Okay, so this is the one. She told me, but it's way out here. That's the problem. So she told me there's a place. She said in this system, or at least I thought that's what she said, which is why I accepted it. But what she really did is she said in this sector, misunderstood, famous last words. And so, yeah, so from that perspective, so yeah, she gave it to me, but, you know, if I ever get out there, it'll be very profitable. But, you know, I need 588 fuel to get there and 588 to get back. And I promised her I'd give her the AI core, which is a really, you know, expensive one. So here's Pirates in Cinda, 40,000 reward. They want us to blow up the base. But that's way out there. Yeah. 236 fuel, which I don't have. So yeah, I've got to do some stuff local. And so trade is one of those that seem to work. Yeah, so that was just that. Okay. Hostilities, gates, fleet departures, bounties. So Corvus is close, but the problem with Corvus is that those guys were attacking me. I don't know why. I guess the leader of the fleet got where he didn't like me, and so he was just going to attack me whether I was allied with him or not, which was kind of stupid. So these are personal bounties. But once again, they're way out there. You don't know the exact location. So yeah, if you could get some of these if they weren't so far away. Agreements, so this is this one. So yeah, if I just fly around, I get 35,000 a month. So not too big of a deal there, but I got to stay alive for that. Survey barren world, yeah. Smuggling. Faction independent from Eventide to Kaiseron 9 days. So smuggler, what's that? Kind of Eventide lets you know that an independent smuggler is preparing for a voyage that will soon depart from Kaiseron. On the outward trip. Oh, okay. So this is one where, yeah. So fleet departures. So these are the 2 fleet departures. So I could raid this one since he's a smuggler. No one's really going to be. Often operate in the gray, legal and moral, thus if it comes to unfortunate end, it happens, yeah. But that's the other problem, is it's probably got so much cargo, I wouldn't be able to carry it anyway. So, Didic Shrine, yeah, that's a shrine I didn't visit. Yeah. Yeah, so I only accepted one. Yeah, so from that one I can kind of just hang around until I get those. But yeah, these personal bounties are nice, but they're just so far away. So it's really one of those where you got to kind of work yourself up to it. So what I might do is we noticed on here that these guys are really close. So I can fly here. There's Chickamauga. But I'll have to buy fuel. I can't have enough fuel to get there, but I can't get it. And there's also I think pirate bounties there. So I can hunt pirates and kind of take them out and collect bounties. Because I think I double dip on that since I'm part of hegemony. But we could then go from there to these guys to see if maybe they've got something that can be, exploited or built on or colonized. But once again, I need stuff for that too. So, because they're really close to the core, which is very rare. So, yeah. See, there's another unexplored one that's really close to the core. I can almost get to it right now. So. Haven't been to this one yet. What I need to find is one that's got a nice trade route in the same system, which is random, not always that easy to find. But if I can find one with a nice trade route, so for instance, I'm on the black market on it yet. So here, So this is luxury goods. So Eventide is a good place to buy. And Coiltel is a good place to sell. The highest. So 74 and 201. Great. They have a deficit, so they'll pay extra for that. But even then, not a huge markup. So that's luxury goods. Here's domestic goods. So Samara, which I was looking at, has a huge deficit. But we can't buy them. And so if you could buy them, so here's, you can buy in Nakara. Aslan. So yeah, so it's a matter of just trying to find a good one. I found one the other day that was the same place. So here you can buy it for 11 cents and sell it for 48 cents. Huge. But it's like 2 light years away. So you're going to cost you for fuel and everything else. So you really want to find one in Yama, which it doesn't. And those ones don't last very long, unfortunately, either. So food is also cheap. So here you can buy it cheap in Samara at 12 cents and sell it in Samara to the independents at 29 cents. That's a pretty good markup, you know. But once again, it's food. You're not going to make a huge amount of money doing it. So, but there was someplace, there was something. Yeah, so these are all weapons, which that's not. So that's a black market. So then if we go here, these are the ones you make the good money on. So we could sell them to the independents in Samara for $2.93. What are they selling for? $1.84. So that's over $100 each. But first of all, I got to have money to buy them. So yeah. And here we are in Anara. So we got to jump there. So now it's not on. Oh, there it is. Samar, yeah. So 1.7 light years. So not huge. I could probably get there with the fuel I have. And I would sell them for what, 100 more than what I got. This is one to try and figure out where the best place is to sell it. Because I always have these. But there's the best place to buy it. They're selling for 14 and then selling for 24. Once again, you don't make a whole lot of money on that kind of stuff. Organics. 11. Buy it for 11, sell it for 48. That's a pretty good markup. But it's a pretty big, it's over 2 light years away. So at least. They've got a huge overflow. So there's Jonga. So Jongala is the one where they kept attacking me, so I don't want to go there. Yeah, so yeah, it's a matter of just kind of figuring out. Like I said, I had one in my other game that I just lucked on. And it worked out pretty good, but surveying equipment, that's a good one. Yeah, that's another thing. So you can go and you can survey. So if you get your survey skill up high and your fleet survey up, you can go and survey planets and then sell those surveys to other factions. And they come in, they work out really good. And you can make a lot of money doing that. But that's the other thing, is when you survey a really good planet, you kind of want to colonize it. So, because if you sell it to somebody else, they're going to colonize it. So, nobody in the bar. All right. Yeah, so yeah, so there's an unidentified sensor contact here. I'm gonna go there because I don't know what it is. It looks like it's something. I picked it up earlier, and so it's a ship. Okay. And of course, I flew past it. It's in really bad shape. Compromised armor, glitch sensor array, degraded life support. Oof, no. It's going to take way more. And right now, supplies are a problem. So I'm going to say cancel. Not now. Begin salvage. So, well, that was worth it. Ooh, what did I get? Alright, so that was worth it. So yeah, you got to kind of check out those sensor ones. Explore. What kind of ship is it? Yeah, it's really bad, but it's a blue ship. What does that mean? Increased maintenance, compromised hull, degraded engine. So it's in bad shape. Enforcer. Let's see what he thinks. So crew-wise, we would be in bad shape, but we'd get extra experience. But once again, yeah, begin salvage. So yeah, so this is another way you can kind of make things. So it's kind of it seems like it's throwing me a bone. So because now I've got a bunch of supplies, so I'm doing better. But so is it 3? Yeah. So I'm here. Let's go out here. And see if there's just anything. We're using up our supplies to do this, but we're not really traveling very fast. Oh, we don't have our burn on, that's why. So there's a sensor blip over there. Okay, so let's go there. Why don't we fly that way? Yeah, so yeah, just trying to find what it, what works. And every time I do the sensor blip, it turns off my thing. So there we go. So what's this? Oh, that's a pirate. Oh, that's good. Let's get this guy. All right, we should be able to. Come on. Hostilities ended with Persian League, so that's good. Oh, for crying out loud. Oh, come on. So I got 45,000 for some reason. I don't know why I got more. Oh, this is driving me crazy. I can't catch them. There we go. Alright, so Harry, they retreat. Relationship with the pirates. Alright. We'll try to engage them again. Oh, come on. Oh, this guy's driving me crazy. There we go. Pursue them. Take command. No ships deployed. We'll deploy him and him and him. I don't think he's got very many ships. Let's try this guy out. Alright. Yeah, he's only got one ship, so. And I don't think we'll get double. I don't think we'll get double because they're not. That's not happening now, but I really should switch over to that one. I don't think I need it. So, not much. And every little bit helps. So I got 300 for taking that care of that. So let's do 3. There's another sensor one. So I don't know where that was. It's up here. 2.3 per day. Oh, because they're being repaired. Come on. Oh, and so once again, my burn is not on. Where are we going? Yeah, I had a sensor blip, but I don't have it anymore. I think it's up here. Let's go over here. Nope. Or maybe it was a fleet. I don't know. So yeah, so never a dull moment. So, but yeah, I think I'm gonna save it off. We got a good start, so I can establish a colony here because I am allied with them. But let's say save and save, and then we're gonna exit. So yeah, so. But anyway, thanks for watching. You know, it's a little bit different. Appreciate you guys being here. Tomorrow we'll be back to Eve for our mining event. So feel free to join us then. Let's see who we're going to raid. Let's see who we're gonna raid. So Anarchos is playing Elite Dangerous. So I think I'm gonna have to go ahead and raid him. So yeah, let's give him a try. Since he's Team Mothership. So let's go ahead and do that. So Cherry Can, good to see ya. Lumikins, thanks again. Dark Slider, as always, appreciate it. Appreciate you guys being faithful. So, but yeah, we'll be back to Eve tomorrow, and we'll go from there. So let me go ahead and raid Anarchos. Get that set up. And we will see you tomorrow. So thanks again. Appreciate it. Dragon Horde, have a good one. Appreciate you guys being here. Appreciate you guys. Really appreciate you guys. I will talk to you later. Have a good one.